Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root.
We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. We every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Show in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a Pooh face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Point made, no edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Sorry, y'all. Trying to get this thing together. Yeah, 19 Fleas got to go. He's in the trailer. That's the original trailer. Tariq ain't come out with a new trailer, so he's still in that trailer. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 6, episode 20, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, and I'm your host, Chan Crewman. I think I'm gonna be solo dolo tonight. We'll see. But on this season 6, episode 20, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the tangibles. It's the year and the decade of tangibles. So continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. Then, damn, I can't remember how many years it's been. I want to say 68 years ago today. Martin Luther King was assassinated. It's either 58 or 68 years ago he was assassinated. So we got the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4th, 1968. Then we got why the new Black media appreciation matters. Then we got Meta, YouTube, validate concerns long raised by parents, child safety advocates. Then new developments in the Breonna Taylor case draw renewed attention. Then we're done with Chicago. Brandon Johnson fails miserably to keep the Bears in Chicago, crew. Then Pooh Shiesty arrested for robbing and kidnapping Gucci Mane. With Big 30, feds have IG posts. Got several clips on that, so that's gonna be a long one. Then we got GOP pushback. Republicans refuse Trump's $200 billion war funding. And if we have time, the Trump recession weeks away. Alarming warnings hit Donald Trump's economy. White America had another No Kings protest. They're protesting because the status quo is disrupted. Then African claims foundational Black Americans are sabotaging Ghana's reparation resolution, the Teterosity. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from our frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And SABOTAGING's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. SABOTAGING's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And is also a part of the Frontline campaign, has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that, just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Chroma, which is where we stream all the city council meetings and local events, Black events here in Denver and Aurora. And Lady Che's Seduction Doll YouTube channel, make sure you sub up to that so she can start going live on there. Sub up to her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA, where she covers topics that we don't normally get to on Frontline Black News. Then Shabaka's YouTube, Jeanette One, make sure you sub up to that so we can start going live on that channel. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area who was live earlier, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother out of Virginia, Breeze Omega, via New York. Breeze Omega on YouTube. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So shout out to Breeze. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, who just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000 subscribers. So salute to him. Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who's on hiatus, but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the links to submit FBA or B1 business is in the description. Also, the Rolodex is in the description. The petition for reparations to change.org petition is also, the link to that is also in the description. The petition for reparations, Sister Brooks petition and website is also in the description. So make sure y'all sign that and send them letters. Got the Kickstarter link for Hidden Color 6, even though we already met the goal. So that's no longer needed. But if you want to donate, I think you still can. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. and some say health and nutrition, in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by the late, great master teacher Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. And she would have just turned 90 last week or the week before last. So the link to the ISIS papers, the colors of the code is in the description. So make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm going to try to hop right into it with the tangibles. I'm going to put this up like I usually do. So this is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of America's child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So let me share my screen. So instead of 2020, it's 2026. So we got the 2028 presidential elections coming up, the 2026 midterm elections coming up, and the 2027 municipal Denver and LA elections coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented. That's a slew of other terminology they use. Distressed, vulnerable, marginalized, etc. Communities of color, communities of interest. I think that's the vast majority of the terminology they use, etc. Has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, hey, Amaru, in this election cycle, meaning the 2026 midterm elections, the 2027 Denver and LA elections, and the 2028 presidential elections, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years, spreading this hashtag far and wide on social media, putting it in the political lexicon in our local locales here in the state of Colorado and the city of Denver and the city of Aurora. And now it's gaining momentum, and we're going to continue to gain momentum. And we said since the very beginning, it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And we in it for the long haul. And we've taken our victory lap like we did in 2024. So any politician, including myself, if they're not offering nothing tangible for your vote, don't waste your time voting for them. That goes for the local, state, and federal level. And when we talk about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations, in the form of direct lineage cash payments for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. So they're not offering lineage-based cash payment reparations, an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end of qualified immunity in all 50 states, land grants, land allotments, specifically to foundational Black Americans. Don't waste your time voting for them. So we've been telling y'all since day one, if you're going to vote, demand something tangible for your vote. It's quid pro quo. I'm going to give you my vote, I'm going to get something in return. Otherwise, I'm not voting for you. That goes for the Democrats, that goes for the Republicans, and that goes for the independents. I myself am an independent. I've been an independent for over 10, almost, since 2013. So the 13 years I've been an independent, registered independent. So, and I voted independent ever since 2016 and all the presidential elections. Since 2016, I voted independent. 2016, I voted for Jill Stein. 2020, I voted for Jay Simmons. 2024, I voted for Cornel West. So I've been true to this, not new to this. But if you're going to participate in this political process, demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. Start with demand. We're not telling you who to vote for. We're just saying if you're going to participate in this political process, demand something tangible for your vote. That's it. That's all. Pretty simple. It should be cut and dry, but some people still don't get it. So we got to keep showing them. So 2026, we got to show them, look, we need a repeat or encore of 2024 and 2026. We need a repeat and an encore in 2027 here in Denver. We need a repeat encore of 2024 and 2028, all the way up to 2100. If they're not offering us nothing tangible, they're not getting our vote. They seem to be prioritizing everybody over us, but yet they want us to go out and vote. Vote for what? If they're not offering nothing tangible for your vote, don't waste your time, Black family. Sit it out. Vote the couch. Write in reparations. Write in Mickey Mouse. We don't care at this point because they made it clear that they don't care. So as long as they don't care about our needs and our wants, then they're not getting our vote. It's just as simple as that. So I'm going to move on to the assassination of Martin Luther King. 10 facts you didn't know about the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Share my screen. Who is this? Epidemic History. Shout out to them. They did this video, so let's see what they got to say.
Ten sensational facts about the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. In 1968, Martin Luther King Jr.'s death shocked the country and forever changed the course of American history. King was known as a Baptist minister and social activist and dedicated himself to the civil rights movement, advocating for justice and equality. While honored with the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964 and celebrated for his peaceful protests, the truth behind his assassination holds a captivating tale. Join us as we unravel 10 gripping facts that reveal the intricate and tragic events surrounding the untimely death of this visionary leader. 1. The assassination was the second attempt. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. unveiled a chilling truth. His life had been in constant peril. In the mid-1950s, as he fought for civil rights, a storm of death threats loomed over him. Death became an unwelcome companion on his quest for justice. In 1958, a mentally ill African-American woman, driven by delusions, attacked him in Harlem, plunging a letter opener into his chest. He survived, showcasing his unwavering resolve. The assassination of President John F. Kennedy further fueled King's foreboding. To his wife, he prophetically confided that it would happen to him too. With piercing insight, King recognized the sickness within society that would ultimately claim his life. 2. The assassinator was James Earl Ray. April 4, 1968 would forever be etched in history as the somber day when Martin Luther King Jr. fell victim to an assassin's bullet. James Earl Ray, responsible for this heinous act, had evaded justice before that fateful day. It is believed that in 1967, Ray orchestrated a daring escape from the confines of the Missouri State Penitentiary, cunningly concealing himself within a truck laden with bread, bound for freedom. This audacious escape set the stage for the tragic events unfolding. In a meticulously calculated move, James Earl Ray secured a room in a boarding house with an unobstructed view of the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee. The Lorraine Motel held a special significance for King and his entourage, often serving as their preferred haven during their visits to the city. Little did King and those closest to him know that the Lorraine Motel, which had sheltered them in times of reflection and purpose, would soon become the site of a tragedy reverberating through the ages. 3. He was staying at Memphis's Lorraine Motel. When tragedy struck, Martin Luther King Jr. was on the Lorraine Motel's second-floor balcony. An extraordinary act of violence unfolded in an ordinary setting, forever changing history. A single, chilling shot rang out. A .30-06 bullet from a Remington Model 760 rifle found its mark with precision. The bullet tore through King's cheek, shattering his jaw and vertebrae, severing arteries in its destructive path. It came to rest on his shoulder, leaving devastation in its wake. King crumpled backward, unconscious, robbed of his iconic presence. Urgently, he was rushed to St. Joseph's, his life hanging by a thread. The medical team fought bravely, undertaking emergency surgery to mend the unimaginable damage. Yet, despite their heroism, fate dealt its final blow. At 7:05 p.m., a solemn pronouncement resounded, a declaration of the irreversible loss of a visionary, a leader, and a beacon of hope. 4. His assassination led to major outbreaks of looting, arson, and violence. The news of King's assassination sparked widespread outbreaks of looting, arson, and violence, which caused numerous casualties and extensive property damage in over 100 cities across the United States. In New York City, Mayor John Lindsay's direct response to the Black residents in Harlem played a crucial role in preventing major riots, although minor disturbances still occurred. Similarly, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's speech in Indianapolis successfully averted a riot there. At the same time, a James Brown concert in Boston may have helped prevent rioting in that city. In Los Angeles, the police department collaborated with community activists to prevent the reoccurrence of the devastating 1965 riots. However, Washington, D.C. witnessed some of the most severe consequences, with rampant looting and fires leading to the city's occupation by federal troops. Other cities such as Chicago, Baltimore, Kansas City, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Trenton, Wilmington, and Louisville also experienced riots and disturbances during this tumultuous period. The riots resulted in significant damage to properties, loss of jobs, and heightened racial tensions in these urban centers. In total, 43 individuals tragically lost their lives, approximately 3,500 were injured, and a staggering 27,000 were arrested. Only when more than 58,000 National Guardsmen and Army troops joined forces with local and state police units did the uprisings finally end. 5. James Earl Ray was imprisoned in Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. Following the shooting of King, James Earl Ray managed to escape, instantly becoming a wanted fugitive on the FBI's most wanted list. However, his days as a fugitive ended on June 8, 1968, when he was apprehended at London's Heathrow Airport. marking the culmination of an intense 2-month international chase. Subsequently, on March 10, 1969, Ray entered a guilty plea for the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. and received a severe sentence of 99 years in the formidable confines of Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. Hidden among the steep mountains, this maximum security jail was famed for harboring some of the region's most notorious offenders. Health complications marked Ray's time behind bars. Tragically, on April 23, 1998, at 70, he succumbed to kidney and liver failure caused by hepatitis C. 6. There was no testimony in Ray's trial. A noteworthy absence loomed throughout James Earl Ray's trial: the lack of any testimonies provided. This peculiar aspect only fueled the intrigue surrounding the case. In a surprising turn of events, Ray later recanted his previous confession and asserted that he was, in fact, a victim of a grand conspiracy. Such claims added complexity to the perplexing circumstances surrounding Martin Luther King Jr.'s tragic assassination. In a display of compassion and a pursuit of truth, members of King's family, including his son Dexter, publicly met with Ray in 1977.
Exactly.
Their encounters ignited a passionate plea for the reopening of Ray's case, with hopes of unearthing any overlooked evidence or potential collaborators. However, despite these efforts, government investigations ultimately concluded that Ray acted alone as the assassin. Ironically, in that same year, 1977, Ray was thrust into the FBI's most wanted fugitive list once again. He was not acting alone in his audacious escape this time. Alongside 6 other convicts, Ray managed to break free from the confines of Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary, further amplifying the intensity surrounding his already infamous name. However, his taste of freedom proved short-lived, as law enforcement apprehended him 3 days later. The consequences of Ray's audacious escape were swift and unyielding. Adding to his already substantial sentence, he received an additional year of imprisonment, bringing his punishment to 100 years. 7. Ben Branch, a musician, received King's final words. According to the insightful biography by Taylor Branch, the final words uttered by Martin Luther King Jr. were directed towards the talented musician Ben Branch. In a poignant exchange, King requested that Branch perform a heartfelt rendition of the cherished song, "Take My Hand, Precious Lord," during the upcoming gathering. It was a poignant and symbolic choice, resonating deeply with the historical significance of the moment. While Ben Branch is widely recognized for his role as a jazz tenor saxophonist and band leader, he also made his mark as an American entrepreneur. However, his connection to the fateful events of 1968 has etched his name indelibly in the annals of history. As fate would have it, Branch had the honor of being the last person to converse with Martin Luther King Jr. mere moments before the tragic assassination occurred. 8. He stayed at the motel with a friend in the King Abernathy suite. Reverend Ralph Abernathy, a trusted confidant and influential figure in Martin Luther King Jr.'s life, revealed an intriguing detail during his testimony before the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Abernathy disclosed that he and King had frequented room 306 at the Lorraine Motel so frequently that it had earned the nickname King Abernathy Suite. Abernathy's collaboration with King and E.D. Nixon yielded significant outcomes in the civil rights movement. Together, they laid the foundation for the Montgomery Improvement Association. This pivotal organization was central in initiating the historic Montgomery bus boycott. This nonviolent protest, driven by the indomitable spirit of the African American community, challenged the unjust segregation policies of the time. Additionally, Abernathy's influence extended to his involvement as a co-creator and executive board member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC. This organization, founded after the Montgomery bus boycott, became a powerful force in advocating for civil rights and equality throughout the United States. 9. Doctors perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, is a critical emergency procedure that aims to sustain brain function by applying rhythmic chest compressions and providing artificial ventilation. Its purpose is to manually support blood circulation and oxygen flow to the body's vital organs during cardiac arrest. CPR is an immediate intervention until additional measures can be taken to restore natural breathing and blood circulation. In King's case, when he was urgently brought to St. Joseph's Hospital, the medical team swiftly took action by performing CPR. This involved opening his chest and applying the necessary compressions and ventilation to stimulate his heart and lungs. Despite their best efforts, King did not regain consciousness, and sadly, he passed away at 7:05 p.m. 10. The conspiracy surrounding his assassination. The sudden and sorrowful death of President John F. Kennedy that occurred in 1963 and Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 prompted the establishment of the U.S. House Select Committee on Assassination in 1976. The committee's extensive inquiry led to significant findings regarding King's assassination, suggesting the presence of a possible conspiracy. It concluded in 1979 that James Earl Ray, the convicted assassin, may have been made a scapegoat in the case. Fast forward to 1999, when a civil suit took place in Memphis. A diverse jury, comprising individuals of different racial backgrounds, reached a unanimous verdict that shed new light on King's assassination. According to their deliberations, King's death resulted from a conspiracy involving not only the U.S. government, but also a person named Raul, among others. The decision led Coretta King, Martin Luther King Jr.'s widow, to claim ample proof of a significant, high-level conspiracy in her husband's murder. The jury's findings indicated the involvement of organized crime and various local, state, and federal government agencies which were deeply intertwined in the tragic event. Furthermore, the jury believed that James Earl Ray had been manipulated and wrongly made to shoulder the blame for the assassination. And that concludes our gripping journey through the top 10 sensational facts surrounding the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to press that like.
And don't forget to do the same for Frontline Black News. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that's crazy, Cow Dog. How the hell he get to Heathrow, London airport with no help? They can miss us with that shit. They know goddamn what they lying. They know they're lying. But yeah, 58 years ago, we lost a leader, one of our leaders at the time, FBA leader Martin Luther King Jr. at the hands of this white man. Okay, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts? I already went over the tangibles.
Well, I cut this like the last piece of it. It's really sad. Yeah, we lost him. I didn't see the beginning part, so. But yeah, I agree. Shit.
All right, and what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Tangibles. Currently, I don't see anything really tangible to vote for. That's in your local area, and it actually benefits you. But ain't nobody really talking about shit to us. So right now, they're not really trying to do anything for us specifically. So I don't know, and she could change up until November. You hold your vote like you hold your swilla shit. You hold your vote. You know, like you hold your fucking kid. There's nothing tangible to vote for right now. I mean, in our area, I don't see what else is going on around the rest of the world, but shit's high. They're cutting stuff off. It's same old shit, different day, you know?
Mm.
So the more we hold out, I mean, they're gonna have to come to some sort of understanding here shortly. You know? Can't keep taking FBA for granted.
Right.
That's all.
All right, so this next video is a repeat from Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, but it is New Black Media Appreciation Month. April is New Black Media Appreciation Month. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on why the New Black Media Appreciation matters.
I'm gonna go on mute real quick. So I said, Go on mute. I'm right here though. Okay, go on mute real quick.
All right.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Exactly, Kelda.
April marks the beginning of Black Media Appreciation Month, but around here, we believe in defining words. I told you that a media is defined by who owns it, who controls it, and whose interest it operates in. So when we say the Black media, who are we talking about? We're talking about you. You're the Black media. The word media is the plural form of medium. Print is a medium. Radio is a medium. Television is a medium. Now, television, of course, is often called the media because there's so many channels, but as we all know, the 500 or so channels are all owned by one of 4 white media companies, and by the looks of things, it's about to become one of 3. So you're not getting 500 different points of view. You're actually only getting the same 3 viewpoints, but when you consider how the white men who own these media companies all believe the same things, especially about Black people, you understand in reality, you're only getting 1 point of view, an anti-Black point of view. That's not a media, that's indoctrination, and that's why the Black media was created. That's why you created it. Sooner or later, something had to give. Think about every single gain of note, every single time these white supremacists were gnashing their gnarled, crooked teeth, or in the case of the British, the few rotted nubs they got left. It was almost always in reaction to something the Black grassroots did. If they perceive that there's some lone Black figure out there who they've been attacking and who managed to fend off their assaults, they'll be disappointed at their loss, but they won't be angry because they don't feel threatened by one lone person. And there's a very good reason for that. As I've told you for nearly 20 years, practically all manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. Whenever you see these white supremacists getting angry about something, what you're supposed to do is to ask, what are these creeps scared of? Because they try to use their anger as a mask to hide their fear. And when the enemy sees that Black people as a group are on code, that scares them. Anti-Black racism is a group sport, but so is Black empowerment. Every group understands the need to honor its forebears, and they also must recognize the necessity of honoring themselves. Having shown that we can blunt the momentum of our enemies in the political sphere, we must now look ahead. As we move forward, the next phase is going to involve Black people at the grassroots looking at their own city, their own county, and beginning to look for political offices that they can capture. From the very beginning, the mission of the Black media has been to take control of the social discourse in the Black community. The operative term there being take. We've always understood that we have to elbow our way into the proceedings, that we have to force this wicked, evil, anti-Black system to do things it wasn't designed to do. It wasn't designed to produce justice, but we are. Putting the word Black back into the political discourse isn't going to happen voluntarily by white power. Why would they? They were the ones who colluded to intentionally ethnically cleanse Black from all political debate to begin with. And then they lied and claimed that either people of color, minorities, and other weasel words included Black people too, or they just flat out said that Black is divisive, it doesn't poll well, and that Black is politically unpopular. These are the very things that they never say to any other constituency. No matter how many gay marriage bans have passed at the state level, no matter how many court rulings have come down against it, the white powers that be have never and would never say that LGBT is divisive or doesn't poll well, even though the white right intentionally attacked the word woke by trying to redefine it to mean anything having to do with LGBT. And recodifying woke as actually having to do with LGBT has been a very effective and successful strategy for the white right. But when gay marriage was threatened by Clarence Thomas, suddenly the so-called gridlock in DC broke and thawed. This during a presidential election year, and both Democrats and Republicans came together to pass a federal law to protect gay marriage. They didn't care about what was popular. They didn't care about what polled well. They didn't care about anything. Not even the fact that there aren't enough LGBT voters to turn a local election, much less a national one. And yet they mobilized instantly anyway. You can't turn any elections by appealing to LGBT issues, and yet none of the shills and plants and ops and paid trolls who you see in the comments saying there's not enough black voters to turn an election by themselves, so the Democrats can't listen to y'all. These same people have never and would never say that about the LGBT community, the Jewish community, or about any other constituency. But then again, how many of these shills and troll accounts are themselves individuals who identify as LGBT? So the lies we hear about how these politicians can't win an election with just black voters alone, y'all need to stop demanding anything from them. That talking point falls flat because no politician can win an election with just white voters alone either. And yet, who do you see them bending over backwards to produce things for? They can't win an election with only one constituency or only one demographic, which is why they try to appeal to a number of groups. Nobody tries to win an election with only one constituency, so don't let these shills and plants tell you that lie. We are the only ones who everyone consistently says, well, we can't do anything for you, now go vote for us. Exactly. The black media arose as a backlash to this political malign neglect. We take this time to honor the black media because this is what you have done. Right. You didn't get permission from anyone, nor did you ask for it. This new black media is the result of your political maturation. It is an act of legitimate self-determination on all of our part. Neither of the political parties came to us with this, and it wasn't inspired by them either. And it didn't come from any of the black bootlicks you see on TV or in print, or these sorry so-called activists either, who are all inventions of white power. And it didn't come from any of these pathetic punks who used to be in the white media and who we now see trying to reinvent themselves in the podcast space. They don't have black grassroots support and they know it. That's why you had Don Lemonade doing that stunt he did in Minneapolis, being part of that group who barged into that church to disrupt it. And who did Don Lemonade have with him? Not the black grassroots. He had the same old assemblage of shills, tethers, and intersectionalists, the same old safe, non-threatening nobodies who his ilk has always leaned on for a safe, non-threatening quote when he was on TV. Mm-hmm. And we see the same from Roly-Poly and Joke Reed, too. These fools aren't on white media airwaves anymore, and they're slowly starting to realize, in Roly's case, everything comes to him slowly, that they've been thrown overboard by massa, and that massa doesn't want them back. Yep. What's happening to them is not some temporary stint in the wilderness before massa finally brings them back on TV. Massa can't bring them back from exile because massa wasn't the one who sent them into exile in the first place. You did. You're the ones who sent these creeps packing. The days of having a Negro whisperer during the Obama administration is over. The white media has downsized its bootlick operation, and now they've boiled them down to a handful of LGBT mouthpieces like Jonathan putting on his cape heart and Eugene Nail Polish Daniels and former NFL tight end Simone Mamie Sanders. And on CNN, they're down to Victor Blackwell and the tether Abby Phillips. People who have no clout, no credibility, or legitimacy with the black grassroots. But then again, that's not what the white media has them on for. They're there to be mascots for the network, so that nobody can accuse these white media apparatuses of being totally all white. They read from a teleprompter or cue cards, and they all know they better not go off script by even a single word. Yep. And after how the white media dropped all these other fools, they don't need to be reminded what the penalty is for disobedience. They've seen it. These bootlicks you see trying to establish a presence in a space that doesn't want them, all these idiots like to call their podcast unfiltered or unplugged. But when you listen to them, they're still talking like they're on white media cable and trying to keep massa happy. That's because they need to be in those circles regardless, even though they were exiled years ago, and it's obvious to everyone that they have no chance of ever getting a regular TV show or even a regular panelist appearance on these shows. They still talk as if some white editor or producer is in their earpiece telling them what to say. So clearly, delusion springs eternal. And it's not that they've been carrying water from massa for so long that they're thoroughly programmed. White power didn't have to indoctrinate garbage like Don Lemon. They didn't have to indoctrinate tether trash like Roly-Poly and Joke Reed. When you look at circus sideshow acts like Angela Rye, Bakari Sellout, and Tiffany Cross-Eyes, they all still talk like they're getting their talking points straight from DNC headquarters. Why is that? None of these fools has changed their rhetoric one iota, and they're not going to. These creeps were already down with white power from the jump. They would never have given these idiots a spot on their TV shows, much less their own shows, if they hadn't been fully on board with white power's program from the very beginning. So for the handful of half-wits in the comments who after all these years are silly enough to say, well, they can't talk like the black media because Days is working for these corporations. You know Days gots to stay within certain guidelines. It's not like Day owns the place. Okay, stupid, then riddle me this. Why is it that now that all these morons have been sent packing and they all now claim to have their own podcasts and that nobody can make them say anything they don't want to, they're unfiltered now? Why is it that the only thing they're doing is spouting the exact same filtered gibberish that they did when they were on white media TV? It's one thing when a shill regurgitates Massa's talking points because they're getting a regular check from Massa or because Massa made them feel special because he gave them a shoebox size set on a network soundstage and told them, this is your show. But how do you explain that they're still licking Massa's rump, even though it's been years since Massa gave them a check or even gave them a job? This proves what the black media has said for decades. These scumbags would be saying all their lies and repeating all the white media's talking points for free. The paycheck that they got, the TV show Massa let them think they had, those were just extras. The real reward for these bootlicks has always been getting to feel like they were close to Massa. The old dead black media was infested and riddled with self-serving traitors and backstabbers who told themselves that they were better than the black grassroots, better than the black community. That old talented 10th crap, where they told themselves that they were the smart Negroes who were the only ones fit to speak on black issues. They know better than everybody else, and the rest of us just needed to listen to them. Or as Tiffany Cross-Eyes put it, get in line. They have as much contempt for the black community as their white paymasters. I'm sorry, I meant to say former white paymasters. They identify with white power, not with the black grassroots. So even with Massa having kicked them out, they keep saying the same nonsense because for them, it was about feeling like they're smarter than us. So they have to be contrary to whatever we say. They have to disagree with us because we're the black grassroots and they're smarter and better than us, aren't they? And that's why these fools are always trying to get someone to take them seriously. When you're reduced to crashing church services, that's not bold journalism. That's a cry for help. Or in Don Lemon's case, a cry for a sponsor. They're trying to raise their profiles because they've seen how racist reprobates like Megyn Kelly have managed to get some sponsors and built up their little platforms. White power isn't going to do that for them, though. The only reason Stephen Smith has a little bit of traction is because he's still on ESPN, and he knows that. Everyone knows that the only reason the Joe Rogans and the Tim Pools even exist is because white power selected them and selectively funded them. We've seen the scandals of the last couple of years when these sock puppets were exposed and people finally got to see who was bankrolling them. Curtain got pulled back on the white left and the white right in these podcast spaces, and we finally got concrete confirmation that these people were all handpicked by wealthy white donors who lined their pockets and told them what to say. All the while, these exact same people daily would tell everybody, how dare you say that we're not independent? We're fully independent. Nobody can make me say anything I don't want to say. That's what they all claimed. That's where their money came from, and it's where their platforms came from. That's how you get these websites like YouTube to give you millions of subscribers. And I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. Just like with Barry Weiss, her pathetic little blog had no readers, no traction, and yet she was easily able to get billionaires to give her millions of dollars for her operation. And for what? Because the entire purpose of white power is to make sure that white people in power can pick and choose who the winners are going to be. It's about preventing a meritocracy. It's about preventing competition and instead creating a rigged game of guaranteed results. And the same thing goes for these phony so-called black organizations like Blacc and She the People and others. I've shown you how these groups are literally funded by white dark money donors. They hired some black front women to be their mascots and to stand in front of the cameras and to be the face of the operation. But in reality, they're just puppets for their white donors who put hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into these front groups. The only thing black about them is their name. Well, black people deserve better than to have bootlicks, plant shills, sellouts, suck-ups, and ops claiming to speak for us. That's why we needed the new black media. And why I, for one, speak for a lot of people when I say I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for you. You're the counter lever that we needed. You're the ones providing the counter programming to the white media's torrent of lies. The same way you see the white anchors and white TV personalities and online racists terrified to mention us is the same way these bootlicks quake in their boots at even the thought of us. They're terrified at the thought of you. But as Tucker Carlson himself had to admit, he's fully aware of us and what we're about. See, family, that's how you know what they truly fear. They're not scared of BLM. They're not scared of A-dunts. They're not scared of any of these fools you see on these cable shows or these new arrivals to the podcast space. They are, however, scared of you. They know the power you have. What they didn't know was whether you would ever realize it and then whether you were willing to use it. Now they found out to their sorrow they were wrong on all counts. The entire reason the white media puts untold hundreds of millions of dollars into their sock puppets operations, the entire reason they paid for entire armies of bootlicks and sellouts to be presented to the black community to try to propagandize us, the entire reason they put together all these sock puppet organizations is because they needed all of that to try to control your eyes and your ears and ultimately your minds. White power learned a long time ago that if there's one group out here selling the soap, then black people will immediately see right through it. They will have set up a propaganda apparatus with a single point of failure. White power understands that if you want to dial people in to be oppressed for the long term, then you have to give them the illusion of choice. Give them the illusion that the system white power set up also provided ways to get what you need by going to the predetermined, pre-selected options the white power put in front of you. That's like expecting that you're going to be informed by the white media if you watch any of their 500 TV networks. We see this with the political parties too. We see this with their businesses, and we see this with the sorry Negroes who claim to be activists on our behalf. White power invites them to give lectures and give them book deals and airtime and government money and resources because they're on the take. If these people actually were trying to change anything, white power wouldn't dare touch them with a 10-foot pole. And it certainly wouldn't give them so much as one thin dime. Well, we don't have any mascots here because we're not a sports team. We're an army of truth, and armies don't need pets. They need soldiers. White power realizes that black people are starting to wake up, enough of us anyway, and they can't threaten us or coerce us or shame us into silence. So they're trying to discourage us instead, telling us that what we're doing doesn't matter and nobody's going to listen to us. First of all, people have been listening. That's why we're here and why these shills and plants have spent years trying to get us to stop. And secondly, the goal of the black media is not to get some white Democrat or even black Democrat for that matter to do what we say. That is at best a short-term goal. The objective has always been to put black people with their heads on straight in the driver's seat. Now, this doesn't and has never meant a full-on replacement of all of these anti-black bigots with black grassroots operatives. Even established white power groups have never been able to do that. Trump and MAGA didn't do that. In fact, Trump was the one and only MAGA representative in the political space. But as it turned out, one was enough because he spoke to what his demented constituency wanted to hear. And when they saw that bandwagon, they couldn't wait to jump on board. And a lot of those clowns are still on that bandwagon to this day. Big changes always begin with small changes. This is not about making a big splash. It's about gaining ground and then holding it. That's what the black media has done. When we began this work 20 years ago, what passed for black social and political discourse at that point was an embarrassment. We had nothing but white media whores on TV on the one hand, and in the independent or online space, we had Kundalini con men trying to score some easy drawers and fools sitting around debating about nothing. People didn't take notice of me until around 2007 or so, and at that time, I laid out what was the mission of the black media, to take control of the social discourse in the black community and to elevate the debate. We've done that. The fools who were out here talking about Kundalini energy and smoking weed and EBT-related conversations, these fools began to shrivel up and blow away. It didn't happen overnight, though. We endured years of people mocking us, attacking us, saying that what we were talking about and how we were talking was a joke, and people had moved on from all of that old black empowerment talk. We were just imitation Malcolm X, they said. Oh, we heard it all, family. But the main thing that these would-be critics threw at us was to say that talking about white supremacy, that was just a relic of the past, and that we were making ourselves irrelevant by focusing on that. It was all about class struggle, they said, and all the other canned lies that white power told them to say. Well, you notice how after nearly 20 years, we forced white supremacy back into the political conversation. See, it's real easy to talk that stupid stuff about white supremacy ain't real when white supremacy is laying low. But when white supremacy is on the march and it's killing black people in the streets and it's in your face, you can't talk that you black media folks, y'all is a relic of the past crap anymore. And the people who were telling us about how white supremacy wasn't that big a deal, well, none of them are around anymore. They're all gone. And that's because even their audiences, dumbed down as they are, they weren't going to be tolerating somebody who wouldn't at least admit the pig simple truth. Even fools like the breakfast schlubs. It's easy to shuck and jive in front of your microphone with your white producer boss watching you, and to be skinning and grinning when white power isn't on the march. EBT media appeals to people when white power isn't on the offensive. It's for people who think that they have the luxury of focusing on nonsense. But when Trayvon Martin's murdered and the white media and white politicians get on code to protect the killer, then Tamir Rice and Alton Sterling and Ayanna Jones and Terrence Crutcher and George Floyd, every time we see another black person murdered and white society rallies for the murderers and the white media boldly says, well, it's legal because we say so, people start to lose their appetite for clowns like the breakfast schlubs cooning and buffooning. When you're facing real threats, you lose your patience for people who are a bunch of phonies. More and more of the very people who used to listen to these clowns began to realize that they better seek out people who are talking intelligently, or they would die as fools. This is why Charlemagne the Fraud's been trying to reinvent himself as some sort of half-brained political commentator. This guy can barely speak. He sounds like he has a mouthful of mashed potatoes. His lucrative deal that he got with iHeartMedia, that's not some incredible rise to prominence. It's just the same old one Negro at a time con game the white media's always run. This is masses saying this fool over here is our one dumb Negro who we're going to try to prop up. It's like ESPN when they pay all that money to Stephen Smith. White power can give you a platform, but it cannot give you legitimacy. When the black media came on the scene, Charlemagne and that zoo he's part of on the Breakfast Schlubs were the leading mumble mouthpieces for EBT media. They weren't talking like us because they couldn't. And there was no rival voice out there that was forcing them to change their rhetoric, or so they thought. But after we were around just a few years and more people began to join with us, all that changed. Suddenly, these fools were trying to talk like us, but it didn't work because they're not smart enough, and also because these people are sock puppets for established power. That's why Angela Rye, with lettuce and tomatoes on the side, pulled that stunt she did with Jill Stein. Look, whether you like Jill Stein or not, whether you think she represents a legitimate political counter-movement is irrelevant. What matters is Angela Rye saw a candidate standing against everything that Trump stands for, and rather than support this candidate, Angela Rye went out of her way to attack her and to try to delegitimize her. She never went that hard against conservatives or Republicans who she talked to, but then again, conservatives and Republicans aren't undermining the Democrats' establishment support from inside the party either. So it was obvious this was a political hit job that she was doing, and it was obvious why. Angela Rye has been banished to the media ghetto, and now she's desperately auditioning for a job with the DNC. That's who the true audience was for her little display. Jill Stein agrees with practically everything the Democrats do, so why even attack her and to do so viciously? If Angela Rye was truly so indignant about Jill Stein, then she ought to be enraged by the Democratic leadership, like Jim Clyburn, people who have made themselves and their degenerate family members filthy rich while their constituencies are dirt poor, because not one of the criticisms or attacks that Angela Rye made against Jill Stein couldn't be made against the Democrats who she cheerleads for nonstop. Well, that is if she actually stood on principle. But the way we saw Simone Sanders attacking Biden when she was part of the Bernie Sanders campaign and then turning on a dime and praising Biden to the hilt when she was hired for his campaign and lying her linebacker shoulders off when she defended Biden's crime bill, these bootlicks don't have any core beliefs. They don't have any principles other than looking out for themselves. The black media is black first. But the bootlicks are only me first. And that's why all these pathetic attempts to mimic us won't work. It's why they cannot do what we do. They're slaves to the very white power that we're fighting to destroy. If Charlemagne was an actual threat to white power, do you really think that they would be paying him all that money? Has the white media ever promoted a black person who actually attacked white power? Have they ever given $1 million, much less $200 million, to any black person who was taking on white supremacy? Even one? Does white power fund people who attack it? When have they ever done that? And if you're listening to fools like Charlemagne and claiming that you're about black empowerment, then you're too foolish to be around here, and I don't want you here. These bootlicks didn't change what they were saying because they had a change of heart. They had to change from EBT buffoonery, at least EBT buffoonery full time, because they suddenly found themselves having to fight to stay relevant. And you can't do that if you're shucking and jiving all the time. And this is why consistency matters, because time is what separates the real from the phony. Time is what proves who was right and who was wrong. And the people who today are trying to pretend like they weren't on the side of team white supremacy, they're still trying to undermine us by acting like they don't know what the program is or what to do. They know all right. What they want to do is to try to see if they can encourage people to sit on their hands and do nothing. We've shown that online advocacy translates into offline action, and that's what they're scared of. We built a movement that has proven itself invulnerable to the white media's attempts to co-opt it. They can't even afford to talk even a little bit like us and not threaten their own system. Ever since we rose to prominence, the white media spent years trying to invent their own phony black media types. They tried to reverse engineer their own mouthpieces who would talk just a little bit like us and try to see how many people would fall for it. They would publish and broadcast puff pieces where they would use some of our verbiage and then apply it to basically LGBT activists, intersectionalists, and other assorted sock puppets, and then claim that these clowns were the new black leaders. It's the game that the white media did all throughout the 20th century. Well, what they found out this time around was that nobody was going to follow them with the old stupid message they were peddling. So they had to change what they said. We haven't changed one word of what we said. We're not going to. White power has always been able to use its media monopoly to conjure magic and to invent reality out of whole cloth. They say something, even though it's totally made up, and yet people will believe it and even act as if it were true merely because the white media said it. This is what we mean by conjuring magic, making something out of nothing. They take some sellouts you never heard of, some nobodies who are on the take, and then put them in front of a camera and say they're black leaders. And then they have all the Al Sharptons and some other bootlicks say, yep, these is the next generation of leaders. And then watch as the black masses predictably fall into lockstep and actually take orders from people who are clearly agents. All throughout the 20th century, that's the playbook the white power ran, and it worked. Except that trick hasn't worked the last 10 years or so. The message of the black media, your message, has reached a critical mass of black people. Now, this isn't enough for us to wholesale dominate the conversation. We're working on that. But it is enough for us to finally influence the conversation. And as you've seen, that's been enough for us to have a substantive impact. We've made it where the sellouts and plants and ops can't operate freely anymore, not without total opposition. White power cannot present them to black people as our leaders, and as a result, they can't present them to white people as black society's leaders either. This is what the bootlicks and sellouts have always feared. Without the ability to masquerade as leading us around, white power has no need for them. And as I've always told you, when white power is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. The reason they kept idiots like Joy Reid on the payroll was because they thought she could lead us around. They were more than willing to overlook her frequent incompetence, even in instances where it embarrassed them. That's the reason why when she had that little scandal about her blog from way back in the day over some allegedly homophobic remarks attributed to her, the white media didn't immediately fire her. They thought she still had some use to them, that's why. And that's the reason why when MSNBC carried out its attack on us in 2020, it was the very first open on-air attack against reparations and against foundational black Americans by name as being Russian bots. It's no surprise that it was Joy Reid who did it and not, say, Rachel Maddow. The bootlick's entire job is to be crash dummies for white power. They do the dirt that Massa feels would be too perilous for him to do himself. And once the bootlicks break the ice, like Obama did when he attacked woke during the anti-police violence protest, the next thing you know, here come all these white commentators and mouthpieces piling on. They know that if they do it themselves, it would be too obvious, and it would bring about an immediate backlash. So they use their front men and buffer groups instead. Well, we don't use those tactics because we stand for truth, and truth matters because that's what's real. That's what actually exists. We don't conjure magic because we don't have to. We just point out what is. Yes, it does take years for the status quo to catch up to us, but that's because we're years ahead of the curve. When I set up this channel, I did it as far more than just a place to post my ideas. I did it as an online resource too. You can go into the archives here and see where I spoke about things years ago, like, for example, Iran, which at the time seemed quaint and strange to people, but today, years later, my words have become prescient. Now everyone understands why it is that I focused on Iran. I told you that the Strait of Hormuz and the Houthi attacks was exactly how the Vietnam War started. People thought I was crazy and exaggerating. And after Trump became president, people thought it was a dead issue. But I told you that the Israel lobby was the entire reason that Biden was supporting the Gaza genocide, and it was why the Houthis were attacking, and that this wouldn't change just because a Republican became president or even Trump getting back into the White House. And as you see, it didn't change anything at all. There is a complete and thorough consistency of policy where Israel is concerned. Now, if you wasted your time listening to the white media or these black bootlicks like Don Lemonade or others, or these other brain-dead bozos like the Breakfast Schlubs, you were caught totally off guard by these events. There's a reason why idiots like Charlemagne the Fraud don't bother to tell his audience about the history of Iran or about the Houthis' attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, because he spent years dumbing his audience down. Not that they were very bright to begin with. A bunch of pot-smoking idiots who obsess over hip-hop and who's beefing with who, whose baby daddy is on whose record label. These people are too stupid to understand the world around them. That will require brain cells, and if you're dumb enough to listen to the Breakfast Schlubs, then you're certified stupid. But if you listen to the black media, then you already saw all this coming years ago. You knew what was going to happen, and you knew why. Back in 2023, I explained that the Houthi attacks were just the beginning of something bigger, that they were Iranian proxies, and that ultimately this was about Iran and regime change, and that what you were seeing from the US attacking the Houthis, that this was just the beginning of something. The white media's sudden infatuation with the Houthis was being done to prepare the minds of the masses for the inevitable decision to go to war in that region against Iran. The black media told you that. Nobody else did. A media that cannot tell you what's going to happen before it happens is useless to you. Sure, we may not have a podcast set, we may not have big backers who are paying for us to have sound stages and who put in the good words so we can get on TV. We don't have white-approved experts on to tell you fairy tales about how the world is. But what we do have is the ability to keep you ahead of the curve. I know that a lot of you have many varied interests, and I'm not naive enough to think that some of you don't listen to certain podcasters or people who are contrary to the message of the black media, or that you don't listen to people who do content like these so-called financial podcasts, etc. I get that. But tell me something. How many of these other so-called news and opinion podcasts that you might happen to watch told you what was coming in the Strait of Hormuz years ago, like I did? How many of them explain to you the history of the U.S.'s meddling in Iran's internal politics, like I broke it down for you? That's why my videos about Iran and the Houthis began trending again, not because the information is new, but because it was ahead of the curve. This is why the shills and ops attack us, and why they want for you not to listen to us. Because with us, you get a level of analyses that these shills and plants simply can't match. They cannot do what we do because they're not smart enough, and besides, it's hard to think when Massa's got his hand up your behind. We don't have the monetary resources of the white media, but that doesn't matter because the white media isn't informing you anyway. You won't get this information anywhere else because all these other people are tools of white power, and they're all just playing the game, and their job is to use misinformation and disinformation to control you. There's all these so-called news networks and newspapers and podcasters, and yet out of the countless numbers of them, only the black media told you about this. Now, that's how you know all these other people are just tools. They're like Baskin-Robbins, 32 flavors of BS. You get a temporary sugar rush from the white media, and you get to pretend like you've been informed. And then when Trump wins the presidential election or the US invades Iran, you have no idea why it happened. Well, over here, we don't serve up slop. We serve up brain food. We don't do junk food. We serve up the vegetables, fruits, and whole grains for your mind. It doesn't give you a sugar rush, but what it does do is keep your mind strong and healthy. So that's why you have the black media. That's why you created it. And that's the reason why we set aside some time specifically to show some appreciation for it, so that we can say thank you to the heroes and sheroes of the movement. You. The black media came into existence because you wanted it, and it's still around 20 years later because you demanded it. There's no substitute for the truth, any more than there's a substitute for the power and persistence that you bring to all this. An audience without a message is just a human herd, but a message without an audience is nothing at all. The same way that the Joy Reids and the Roly-Polies are nothing without you, we would also be nothing without you. That's how important you are. Never forget your power. That's the entire reason why the white media has spent hundreds of years carpet bombing you with anti-black propaganda, to convince you that you have no power whatsoever, and in the process, they hope to prevent you from ever using it. Well, that is to prevent you from using it for yourself, but of course, they'll always remind you that you got power when it comes time to get behind everyone else. Now, we're not about ego here, but I don't think it's out of turn for me to say, family, take a bow. You earned it. The engine that makes the black media run isn't me. It's not any of the people that you listen to. Sure, you could call us thought leaders, but it's you as a collective who are the leaders because you embody the code, and it's the code that we're following. Individuals like myself, we're voices for the black grassroots, but ultimately we're doing what you want. We are saying what you want said. To the extent that I've made a contribution, it's been to give you verbiage that I think captures and encapsulates the principles that undergird the movement. Simple truths that help you to understand what's happening. For example, I coined the phrases, the white media is not in the business of entertainment, they're in the business of mind control. Bootlicking is a career path that doesn't come with a retirement plan, and the one that most of you are probably the most familiar with, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. That last one, by the way, is also a personal favorite of mine. I've heard people who have attributed that phrase to Dr. John Henrik Clarke. That's not true. Dr. Clarke never said those words. At least he never worded it that way. But I don't make a big deal out of correcting people on that for two reasons. One, Dr. John Henrik Clarke is my personal favorite Grandmaster teacher. And if something I've said leads people to take an interest in him, then far as I'm concerned, I'll join you. Hell, why not say that Dr. Clarke came up with that saying? I have no problem with that. But the second reason that I don't make a big deal out of taking credit for it is for the same reason that I've never gone on camera in 2 decades and I won't. Because it's far more important that the message get put out there than it is necessarily who said what. I saw how much damage racist ideologues like Matt Drudge and others had done. The reason right-wing hate radio was so insidious was precisely because it was just a voice coming out of a speaker. The enemy realized decades ago that simply hearing a voice occupies a different place in people's minds than actually seeing someone on camera. When you're on camera, it almost becomes entertainment no matter how serious you are. When it's just a voice, that becomes something a hell of a lot deeper. Just go back into the archives of this channel and rewatch my video about Iran, specifically dealing with the Ayatollah Khomeini. After the US had engineered the overthrow of the democratically elected Iranian leader Mohammad Mossadegh and installed their puppet the Shah in his place, clerics like the Ayatollah Khomeini were forced into exile. He went to France to hide there, but he didn't stop what he was doing. While he was in exile, he made sure to get his message back to the people of Iran. But how did he do it? Did he go on TV? No. Did he do newsreels? No. He recorded audio sermons on tape, and he had his followers smuggle them into Iran. That's what the Ayatollah Khomeini based his power on. Simply the voice. And that was enough. You see, it's easier to censor images than it is to censor audio. Now, of course, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to be on camera. In fact, it can actually be a very good thing. I'm just telling you what my psychological calculus is and what it's always been. I never did this to get YouTube famous. I never did this because I was hoping to get a white media gig either. There's a lot of people out there who have tried that. Practically none of them have actually succeeded. I did this because I got frustrated and fed up with people who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. People who weren't informed enough about the issues to be speaking on them. I got sick and tired of waiting to see if somebody else would actually address the issues in full and to say what I knew to be the facts the way that I know them to be. Eventually, I got tired of waiting and decided to start doing something. And clearly, I wasn't alone. In fact, that's the reason that I keep doing this. Because I know what it's like to be frustrated that the truth isn't being spoken, that the relevant points that need to be made aren't. And I also know what it's like to hear someone who has the intelligence and the guts to say what I'm thinking. Something the bootlicks will never understand is that even if you're the smartest person in the room, no one person is smarter than the room itself. I'm a student of history, and I believe in the facts being the facts. But I also don't take a bow because as a mouthpiece for you, it would be inappropriate for me to try to derive any glory from this. I say what our grandmaster teachers said, what I've heard my people say, and I try to make sure that I express it the way that I know they want it to be said. And that's what the Black media is actually about. It is about individuals who are mouthpieces for you. You're the driving force behind this, you and no one else. And so, whatever glory there is, whatever appreciation accrues to the Black media, it should rightly go to you. And, as Malcolm X said, only the mistakes were mine.
All right, thank you, Professor Blacc, True, for breaking down why April is New Black Appreciation Month and why it matters. Shout out to Professor Blacc Truth. I've been listening to him since, 2013? And everything that he has said is coming to pass. He's definitely a prophet of our time. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I agree. He's definitely giving me a lot to ponder on over the last couple of years. I definitely have been listening. Felt motivated enough to bang that drum.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, she'll take it back.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you got to say?
Yeah, I agree.
Too. All right, so moving along, we got verdicts.
Yeah, you're right, Kelda. You're right about that.
So the next topic is verdicts against Meta, YouTube, validate concerns long raised by parents and child safety
A major legal blow to Meta, $375 million verdict over allegations its platforms harmed children. Now the focus is shifting from what we know about these risks to who is responsible for fixing them.
So with all this in mind, we bring in 9 News race and culture expert, Dr. Rosemarie Allen. She's here with us this morning. We'll start with the basic question. What is this lawsuit all about?
It's about the harm that has been caused to children. $387 million.
Wow.
And what it really does, it signals the shift from awareness to accountability. We've always known that these platforms were not designed for the well-being of children in mind. And so now we have to ask ourselves, what kind of world are we building that we know causes harm? And what are we prepared to do about it?
So this is not only about social media. What else is impacting the health and well-being of our kids?
Corey, it's the environments. When we have schools that are not teaching based on how we know children learn, we know children learn by being active, by being curious, by exploring and experimenting, having their curiosity fostered. to sitting at desk being taught to a test, that's harmful. When families are stressed, when they don't know how they're going to make ends meet, that stress is transferred to the children. So they're going from a toxic or stressful school environment to a toxic and stressful home environment, and children are beginning to act out. So we're seeing these behaviors, and instead of saying, what's wrong with you, what's wrong with the kids, we really need to take a look at the environment to say, what's triggering them right now?
So what can adults, what can family members or teachers, adults in kids' lives, what can they do to promote wellness?
Well, first we have to shift how we see children. They're not little people needing to be fixed. They are humans that are put in our care so that we can promote their growth and development in optimal ways. So connections, put the phones down. Corey, you talked about how you did that on vacation and how amazing it is. Put the phones down, engage with them. Don't put your baby in front of the television to be babysat. You have to make those connections. You have to prioritize what's important to you and your family. We know we get busy. Social media can babysit us, but it also causes harm.
Does this lawsuit, big lawsuit, create an opportunity for families and schools to really take action?
It does. This is huge. We're finally saying this is harmful. So at home, screen time should be reduced the same way at school. Early childhood rules say you cannot keep a child in front of a screen more than 2 hours a day. Maybe we need to take that out. Maybe not even 2 hours. Maybe they need to go outside and make mud pies. And and play in the dirt and use sticks and go on nature walks and experiment and explore. So so we can take those opportunities to shift this and then to hold people accountable. If your school is not doing what it needs to do, hold them accountable. You can change policy. And the people at home, you have the power and the responsibility to ensure your child's well-being.
Dr. Allen, it's been a couple of weeks since we had you on the show. This was a great topic to bring you back for, so we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts on this one for us.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks for having me.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I've been saying that that the kids are illiterate, can't read or do math, and they're focused on the wrong shit, like social media. And not only that, but we got our Black children not being educated at all correctly, and there's too much, this, like I was saying the other day, this generation that's coming up is way too emotional, way too disrespectful. They don't really want to read actual books. They don't want to learn. They don't want to go outside and touch grass. It's just all social programming. And it's even worse now because it's borderline on grooming, and definitely not being taught, basic Black shit, like, to be weary of, or the point to know where things are racist, not to have those kind of friends. You know what I mean? It's not. We can't going to all white schools or all Hispanic schools and you're the only Black kid there, or like 1 out of 5 Black kids in the whole school. Like, come on, that's stupid. And, you know what I mean? Then there, there's no parenting or educating at home either. And the school isn't really doing it because they're there to push propaganda and agendas. That's why you see them at these protests. The white kids outside protesting immigrants. Like, what the fuck is that? Why are you outside? Why aren't you in class? I know your mama didn't sign no permission slip.
They're not protesting immigrants, they're protesting ICE.
Right. Whatever. It's all the same shit to me. Why you ain't at school? Why ain't you in class? Why your teacher out here? Why you follow your teacher out here? And if I was a parent and I saw all them white kids take out of school to go protest with their teacher, I'd start suing some motherfuckers, because I know I didn't authorize that shit. I didn't sign that shit. Well, I mean, back in the day when you wanted to go when your class was going on a field trip, you had permission slips, a little bit of bread, and you knew you were going with a chaperone. and your mother signed off on it. If she didn't sign, you wasn't going. She give you no money to go, you ain't going.
Right.
You and your sack lunch, you stay at school.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it ain't like that no more. Now they're outside holding hands, like you saw when they were crucifying fucking Buck Broken Tay.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking little black children carrying white girls calling another black man a pedo or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that wasn't entertaining, but what the fuck are you in school?
We stood up faster than he ended up.
Yeah, you wanna make statements. Give a fuck what you say. Show me you can read. Show me you can do some math.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Some basic arithmetic, something. Jesus.
Like Jesus Christ. You can't reading the internet, like watching reels and reading like brief stuff on the internet is not reading.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not reading at all. Reading Facebook and chopping it up, doing social media, being programmed is not reading.
Everything's on a damn tablet now.
Tablets are worse. Either way, what are you doing? Again, I didn't say I don't have children, but if I did, I wouldn't put my kid in no fucking school like that. Kid be at home learning nothing but black stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have no understanding of white history. You know what I mean? At all. Period. Why? Because I'm tired of that. I'm tired of all their programming and weirdness, and I don't want my kid to be socially programmed agenda.
Right.
Or
you
have
don't want the kid to be indoctrinated with that bullshit.
Yeah, tell me what they aren't and what they're going to be, or decide that they don't want to be a boy or a girl or whatever the fuck they were born into. They want to be the opposite of that. No, maybe when you
their attention
is
ass ass.
Yeah,
exactly, cow dog.
Right. They don't, and they're not trying to. It's more of a show. It's more of either you remember it used to be about popularity, now it's about social socially fucking inept, like loners and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or you're on the spectrum of that agenda. Everybody's on that agenda. I didn't never seen so many motherfucking gay black people in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm 40-something, and now everybody's gay.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Or trans, or whatever, knowing good and goddamn well that's not really what you are. You're just doing whatever everybody else is doing. You know what I mean? Right. Read outside. I love reading out loud.
Right.
I do all the time. Actual books too.
Oh, none of that. Do they even do book reports anymore?
No.
No.
No
Bad.
book reports. They don't know how to write. They just know how to text. That's not writing. You know? They definitely don't write in cursive.
They stopped teaching that shit when I was a kid.
Right.
So how you gonna do a signature? They can't.
Just text it, I guess. Put an emoji and an X by it. It's fucking stupid. And then nobody's at home talking about, sit down and actually do some homework. Your parents where's your parents at? Busy. Are not there. Doing some ratchet shit, who knows? But not doing no homework, not making a motherfucker read or do some math or, basic math. What do you call it? Multiplication charts?
Yeah. Multiplication, division.
They don't have no hobbies.
Subtraction.
Right. They don't go out and try to earn some little clean up around the neighborhood type shit. Digital signatures or biometrics. Use your eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. They try to clean up nothing. Then you got all the homeless black kids outside, and they don't even know how to help themselves, and nobody's helping them.
They don't even know if they're coming or going.
No, they just don't commit one fucking act of thievery. It's 175 days back in the guild. Because that's the only way. They always got a bed in jail.
Yeah.
They don't run out of beds in jail. You know what I mean? They got beds,
You
boats.
can't read by what, 3rd grade? They got a prison cell for you.
Mm-hmm. Like, you should be able to read when you go to kindergarten, at least the basics. Mm-hmm. Like the small words, red, blue, green. You know what I mean? 1, 2, 3. Small. Where's the spelling list?
No more spelling lists.
No more spelling list. No more vocabs. No more expand your etymology or whatever. Break the words down. None of that. You know what I mean?
Etymology.
That's what I was looking for. I couldn't say it right. Right. So I just think it's bullshit. Yet they can go and make fucking protest signs and go out with their white teachers and be paid, be agitators, and like again back to that protest and shit. I know no motherfucking parents signed off on that because it might be peaceful one minute, but it could get crunk the next. What happened if it got crunk and all the little kids got hurt?
Right.
Right? Tear gas and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be in charge of that? Who's looking out for them? Right? Because they can be mean to their own people as adults. They can totally ignore the white kids that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's protesting their own shit.
Cow Dog said, and the biatch Melania is trying to get. Yeah, we covered that last week. Yep. We so did. She's trying to put AI teachers in the classroom.
Stupid. That's another problem.
And in foster care. Oh my God.
Right. And look, that's another problem. AI is a problem of its own. At the end of the day, they won't be able to take care of themselves if somebody's decided to turn off the internet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The lights, fucking anything. They won't know what to do with themselves. None of these kids know what a cassette is, let alone a CD.
That VCR, none of that.
VCR, you know what I mean? None of that. A CD-ROM, a fucking anything, nothing. They're just like, what the fuck is that? I'm on something higher.
Did I put my smartphone in there?
Like that's gonna help. You know, they won't know how to read books if somebody decided to turn off the lights.
On ebook.
Fuck that ebook if there's no lights. You can't read the ebook.
They take all the important shit out the ebook. So you ain't getting anything with substance.
Right. They're not watching no documentaries. They're not hip to anything in the past or the history or the nuances of what's going on out there at all. So
Twin said, my parents had a painting of two brothers showing how they had to hide and learn to teach each other to read in the barn with a candle. Damn.
Right.
A constant reminder to never forget. Right.
Right. Because we couldn't read. We weren't allowed to.
It was illegal for us to read and write.
We weren't allowed to read or none of that. And they take it like for granted. It's not for granted. You're lucky if you know how to read.
Right. You could be lynched or killed just for fucking reading.
The sounds of, yeah, or especially a vinyl.
Yeah, they stopped teaching all that.
Now everything's out of sample. You know what I mean? They don't even know the beginnings of nothing. You know what I mean? Or R&B, fucking jazz. You know, anything good, anything that was once good.
They don't know what a quarter note is, a whole note, a half note.
Yeah, right. Any of that. It's just too busy. It's too busy being stupid out there. Because, the internet is the world of pure imagination. You can be anything you want on the fucking internet. When you go outside, definitely going to be on your G's and C's, and they're not ready for it.
Right. Exactly. Right. It's truly a blessing to be literate.
Exactly.
Yeah, yep, that's right, Cow Dog. Right. They did change the frequency.
Correct. That's correct. Music doesn't even sound like music no more. It's just noise. It's trash.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a good anything in R&B in like forever.
Yeah.
But fuck rap. Rap too is just like what Kate Millie was saying. I mean, might be all right. Just it's very rare. Like I don't listen to new music like that.
The old school rappers they the only ones that's still true to the craft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the ones that's in their late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
Boy K Reno, big brother K Reno, he's still true to the craft, but these cats that's younger than me, they don't know what the hell.
Mm-mm.
It's sad. It really is.
I just like music. I like to sing. And I ain't heard nothing good to sing to. I mean, the ratchet shit.
Yeah, all they do is auto tune and mumble rap.
Auto tune and AI.
And AI now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a musician at heart, and it kills me knowing how it is out here today. Right.
Right. Right. You can't even turn on the radio in the car. It's a whole different thing now. You know?
Well, it's trash.
Yeah.
You gotta literally seek out good music now.
I mean, I remember listening to the radio all fucking day long. You know what I mean? All day long on the radio. Now I couldn't listen to the radio if you wanted me to.
I stopped listening to the radio 15 years ago. It was trash. They play the same 10 songs.
Well, I like albums.
Brain Rot Records. They don't even make albums no more. Remember, albums used to be what? 20 tracks long?
Yeah.
They don't even do that no more. These I can't even call them albums.
Not even albums.
These records now is trash. Like, you're lucky if you get 15 tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And each song is like
that's all I listen to.
3 minutes.
That's all I listen to.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only kind of music.
Yeah, they don't make no soundtracks no more. No compilations no more.
Right. No duets.
Yep, no duets no more.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. It's very depressing now that we're talking about it. I feel depressed all of a sudden. It makes me want to go listen to some R&B.
Yep, that's right, Cow Dog. I still listen to old school music too.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like I can sing to this. The music I grew up listening to and listening to. I listen to a lot of motherfucking music. Mm-hmm. And I'm thankful that, like, to be musically literate, reading literate, just literate. You hear me? I feel it is the greatest blessing. I would hate for my children not to be able to read, write, or do basic math. Not that they can use it, but even fucking use it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. Right, and they had the words, the lyrics to it, because you look up the words as you went along.
Remember reading the whole damn CD book.
Right, multiple pages of books. So that you might even get lucky and get a picture out of it that you put on your wall and shit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have anticipation of albums no more.
Right. What about the rap with lady R&B singers in the back?
Yeah.
That was the shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I miss those days.
Right.
I miss R&B, period. Like older R&B. Shit. I was having moments yesterday. I was saying if I forget. Shaka Khan, all kind of shit. So
you bring back substance.
Mm-hmm. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yep.
We was little kids bumping Earth, Wind, and Fire, right?
George Clinton. I love these from George Clinton. Prince.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
Yes,
Janet Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson's. Yeah.
Prince. What else? Oh, Pebbles and fucking Karen White, Jade and Vogue.
Mills.
I like music. The Dells.
Yep.
Shit.
You know, Dr. Randy Short had me dying about Shaka. I'm like, oh my God, Randy Short. Why?
Right. Purpose to play old school music when I hear the kids outside. Right. That's how they don't get any education. You gotta hear it for strangers.
Right.
GMO jingles.
That's exactly what they are. GMO jingles.
GMO jingles. Right. Then I gotta be like, what you listen to, Unc? Shit, good shit.
Old shit, Unc.
Oh, jeez.
We don't listen to that no more.
Marvin Gaye. Shit. All of that. Rick James. James Brown.
Bobby Womack.
But oh man, don't talk about no Bobby Womack.
Pendergrass.
Check Pendergrass. Fucking the Isley Brothers.
Yep. We'll be here all night talking about music.
Otis Redding. Yep. Shit. Curtis Mayfield.
Yep. Keep on pushing. Yep. All of that. We grew up on all of that.
All of that. Anything from Motown.
Anything from Motown, right?
Anything from Motown. Yep. Shit. Gospel. Actual gospel.
Yep.
Like Mahalia Jackson.
Yeah, we have music with a message.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no love in the music now. It's complete demon time.
The message is like off-brand. Well, sometimes you might, I don't know, like I like a lot of rap, but that's because I need to hear something that makes me feel like it's talking directly to me. It's got to be kind of like street shit, you know? Like, remember I used to play nothing but my little clips of BG?
Yeah.
I was like, this is like he's saying that for me.
It's KKK music.
Right. KKK.
Yeah, he was.
Lust ain't love. That's
really
right.
Was. Right. Lust is not love. Right, twin. It is KKK music.
It's definitely Jew music.
Yeah.
But hell for that. So yeah, I'm like Dr. Khalid Muhammad shit. Goddamn Jews.
So sick with that.
Right.
All right, so moving along, we got some latest developments in the Breonna Taylor case.
Again?
Yeah.
Cool.
New developments in the Breonna Taylor case draw renewed attention.
New developments in the Breonna Taylor case are drawing renewed attention to questions around police accountability, legal standards, and justice. Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in 2020 when police entered her Louisville, Kentucky apartment during a late night raid and opened fire. For more on what this means and what could come next, we're joined by 9 News legal analyst Whitney Traylor. This case has received a ton of attention over the last, 6 years now? I can't believe it was back in 2020 that this happened. But get us back up to speed, if you will, just kind of remind our viewers what created so much controversy surrounding this case.
Well, there was a lot of controversy because of how they executed this no-knock warrant. And of course, many states now, including Kentucky, have abolished or have laws that regulate the no-knock warrant, because a lot of times people feel like somebody's breaking in and it's actually the police because it's executed late at night. This was at 1 a.m. And so they had these warrants that contained false information about Breonna Taylor's former boyfriend potentially being there with drugs. And we now know that wasn't the case. The police went in. Her boyfriend at the time fired 1 shot, and then the police fired 32 shots, 8 of them hitting her and ultimately killing her. And essentially there were no charges or minimal charges. And that's what really brought us up to speed. And just now the DOJ in 2022 under Biden, they were prosecuting these officers who created this fabricated warrant. And we now know the Trump DOJ just dismissed those charges with prejudice, meaning they can't be brought again.
Why do you think that happened?
Well, the DOJ is saying that they couldn't meet their legal standard. I mean, we can speculate on this DOJ. We know this administration is abundantly conservative. They're shifting things in a different way on our civil rights. And so they had reduced them down to misdemeanors, and now they actually dismissed all the charges. They filed the motion to dismiss, and the judge granted them, and it was dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can't be brought again. If it's without prejudice, they can be brought later for different reasons. So essentially all of these officers, and this was such a travesty. I know it got a lot of attention. It was around the time of George Floyd, but they came in, and just imagine you're a lawful gun owner, you're at your home, the police come in, you don't know, there's a whole issue. They said they didn't announce that it was the police raid, which is a fundamentally important part of a no-knock warrant, to say we're the police. They didn't say that. He fired 1 shot, and then they fired 32 shots. And really the only officer who was ultimately charged with really some minor offenses was the one who shot 10 rounds into other apartments. It wasn't even related to the shots that killed Breonna Taylor. So I think this is just such an injustice.
Yeah, and then the turnaround too, right? You think back to 2020 and the whole Black Lives Matter and all of the change that everybody's trying to see in various states and nationwide. I mean, what kind of legal precedents does this set to now charge the officers? That felt like a win for justice, that felt like a win for Black lives, and then to now 6 years later undo what was done. That seems scary.
Yeah, I think it's a slap in the face. The benefit of what happened in the Black Lives Matter and during that time, this social justice movement, was this notion of police accountability. Even here in Colorado, we have the police accountability law that has been very effective. It has led to some reform in law enforcement. But this, I think, is a slap in the face. It just reverses that. And this is a case I would strongly encourage people. I know the keyboard warriors are going to be out there when this is posted on YouTube. Go look, read the indictments, read what happened in this case, and you will see that it was, this is really an injustice. And it's a reversal of some of the gains that I think were made in the past 6 years.
Yeah, I'm curious from your legal mind, do you think, because we do, you mentioned the keyboard warriors, a lot of people will say we put too much emphasis on this. We gave too much credence to, Black people being shot and killed by police, that we're all treated the same. When you have a situation like this, when charges are filed and dropped, and not being able to be charged again. I mean, doesn't that paint a picture that everybody should be able to grasp?
I think it does paint a picture, and I think that sometimes the media coverage can be selective and emotionally amplified, but these are issues that have been so perpetual that
either way, it really breaks
sustained attention. And it really raises serious constitutional issues. Youth of force, racial disparities, accountability and government power, all of these things. And Alex, you and I have talked a lot about this. I just came back from East Africa, and I was there, and the level of racism and the race issue in this country, we just cannot get past it. I mean, we're still dealing with the same issues that we dealt with, years and years ago. And I was in this other environment, and to put it in context, it's like a wet blanket. Like, at what point are we going to move forward and get over these things? And you look at some of these videos and you see, white people being arrested, being handled with kid gloves, and there's such an anger. There's such a over policing of Black people, and it's at some point we just have to move forward. I mean, we're evolved enough, we're smart enough, we have enough heart that we can do it, but at this point we're not we're not moving forward, and it feels like we're dealing with the same issues that have just been prevalent from years and years ago.
It's so true. All of the naysayers who have something to say, right? I mean, let's say specifically white people say, we're so sick of hearing this. We're so sick of talking about it. Imagine being Black and how sick we are of living it every day.
I mean, it's real. It's a very real.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. I bet you are. You're only going to get sicker. They're not going to stop.
Right.
What the fuck you talking about? We just got to move on, move forward. Oh, yeah, sure. You sure you should move on? If it was your family, would you really move on? No, they just talk about that shit. Because, no.
Exactly. Just like that, cow dog. I want him to burn in goddamn hell.
Right. They all can burn in hell.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they burn in hell.
Right.
They're like, shit, I got that kind of time now. Yeah, like, but he still saying, I got that time. It'll make you fucking
It's his daughter and thought he was going to be on some forgive. No.
Mm-mm.
I don't forgive. Don't want them to fucking burn their motherfucking hell.
Right. How can you forget? How can you let it go? Like, like, what the fuck? What was all that for? That just shows another reason why you should just stay your motherfucking Black ass at home.
Right.
Because no matter what, all that shit we did to bring light to these people, they didn't give a fuck. Like I said the other day, America don't give a fuck about us.
Nope.
They show it every motherfucking day how they hate us, and they're very anti-Black. Right?
Yeah.
We're worried about other motherfuckers, but they anti-Black here. Every day, all day long, anti-Black racism. And they don't want to admit it because you call it out and then they want to turn around and throw that back in your face and talk about you're racist. No, because I'm just prejudiced.
Right. I don't have no power to be racist.
I don't have the power, the economic wealth to be racist. It's not in my pedigree. I'm just prejudiced. I don't like crackers.
Right.
I don't like
I
crackers.
don't like polar bears.
I don't got coons. I don't fucking hang out with boff breads. Sorry, my bad. I just don't. Actually, I'm not sorry. You be sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you say? You be sorry. And fuck your sorry. Cut the motherfucking check.
Right.
You have $1 million worth of motherfucking whiteness to sit at home, fucking act like you give a fuck, but you really don't. It's all about photo ops and whatever fucking optics you could get off of it, and how you benefit off the plight of us and capitalize on our fucking debt and pain. Right?
And no pilgrim.
It never goes back to us.
No pilgrim, I can't give you $1.
No.
You better go ask goddamn Trump for something. No, actually for shit.
Yeah, go ask your go ask your people for it. What the fuck you bothering us for? You don't respect us? Cool. Stay there. Stay right there, because we're going to stay right where the fuck we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. They act like we ain't never survived without them.
Right.
We just gotta have them in our lives. Now I've been cool, man. Trust me. I like segregation. I like separation.
Exactly, cow dog. If you're gonna crash out, do it for a purpose or a cause. Right.
And let it be meaningful. Like, you're supposed to do constructive shit when you're fighting racism anyway. It's supposed to be constructive. You're not supposed to just be for whatever. I'm tired of even our people capitalizing on our Black plight, our fucking Black shames, death, pain. Mm-hmm. They capitalize on that. They don't capitalize on our joy. Mm-hmm. They're too busy trying to gentrify that or end it. You see what I'm saying? But they love it when we're upset.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so moving along. The Bears are leaving Chicago.
Yeah.
And Brandon Johnson is not trying to keep them.
That's crazy.
We're done with Chicago. Brandon Johnson fails miserably to keep the Bears in Chicago. So TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
That dude should get not be reelected. The Bears been there like, geez, I'm 46. They've been there my whole life. How long have they been there?
Bears been in Chicago. They're one of the original 4 teams.
Right.
NFL teams.
Forever. You're not trying to kill me. Bow down and kiss the ring, goddammit.
So they've been in damn Chicago for what?
Okay, what's going on? on everybody. We are here. We're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't,
They've been in Chicago over 100 years.
Right. Chicago barely there though. Like, what the fuck? You gotta go.
100 years that they've been in existence, and they've been in Chicago.
Look, I don't even live in Chicago and I'm upset.
You hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. And today we are headed back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago to speak on the Emperor Brandon Johnson and Governor Flintstone, which you all know as Governor J.B. Pritzker. And why is that? Because the Chicago Bears is leaving Chicago. They're leaving. And this is a great embarrassment for the city. It's a huge black eye on the city. And it says a lot to just Democrat leadership. It says a lot about their leadership and just the inability to do something as fundamental and as basic, which is keeping this staple
this is a state
institution in Chicago, which is the Chicago Bears. Chicago Bears leaving the city of Chicago is like the Chicago Bulls taking off. Like, that just sounds crazy. That the Chicago Bears are going to go to essentially Indiana at this point. And the reality is Chicago, the actual city of Chicago, is not even in play anymore. It's not in play as it pertains to what we have recently heard from, I believe it's the president and CEO of the Chicago Bears, which I'm going to play also as well. But I know, man,
they didn't want
at this point,
they wanted
you guys in Chicago will do anything to have this woman back. You guys would do anything to get Lori Lightfoot back in there. At this point, Lori Lightfoot was way better. Way better than Brandon Johnson. You guys are desperate for this side profile to walk into the office as mayor of Chicago again, versus continuing to have Brandon Johnson, because this has just been a complete disaster. The Johnson administration, it's just a complete failure and an embarrassment all around. Now check this out here. I want to pull this up first because I want you guys to know I'm not just like talking out the side of my neck and blowing smoke, right? When I say that the Bears are going to leave and they're going to Indiana. Technically, it's not solidified yet, technically. But when you have the owner of the Chicago Bears putting out statements like this, it says all that you need to know. Look at this here. Look at this headline, and we're going to read a couple paragraphs from this. Bears owner George McCaskey.
Old school
legacy and tradition won't stop potential move to Indiana Stadium. He said to heck with legacy and tradition. We're trying to make money over here, okay? And we need a modern stadium. And if we got to go to Indiana to do it, that's what we're going to do. Legacy and tradition goes right out the window. Business is always first, and business is something that the leadership of Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker, that's just something that they don't understand. They don't understand business, let alone how to run a city/state. Let's get into this article quickly, and then we're going to get into a couple of news clips, and then we're also going to dissect the financial impact that this is going to have on Chicago, right? And I think that's really important to discuss that and break that down as well, because Chicago is deep in debt in a crazy way, just behind the original renovation of Soldier Field. But I don't want to get too far ahead of the discussion. Let's start here first, because it's over with. The Bears are gone. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Let's get into this article here.
On Black News.
I love how this starts out. Bears fans better wrap their minds around the team moving to Indiana. Just wrap your mind around it now. George McCaskey already has, who is the owner. Tradition and legacy are incredibly important to McCaskey, the Bears chairman and the grandson of George Hollis. And the team has been in his family for more than a century. Okay, that is generational wealth on a whole nother level. The Chicago Bears has been in your family for over a century. Congratulations to you guys. But as stadium plans in Hammond, Indiana get increasingly serious, he is at peace with being the one who moves the team out of Illinois and assumes that the fan base will move past the initial backlash to the idea. Understand this, right? And I know all about this too, with life changes and being 40 and stuff like that, and being at peace with certain things. When you start saying things like "I'm at peace with," that's how you know you're serious concerning the serious life changes, and business moves, whatever that may be. I'm at peace with X, Y, and Z. I'm at peace. It's over. Yeah. And listen to this quote here. Listen to this quote here, and this lets you know it's over. And I quote, "I don't think in the end it's going to matter to people," talking about the move. He said Wednesday at the end of the NFL annual meeting. Back in 1976, New York football giants went across state lines to New Jersey. Yeah. They have been there ever since. The Jets joined them shortly thereafter. And then 35 years later, both teams had an opportunity to reevaluate their situations and recommitted to New Jersey. It's over. It's over. When you start referencing the fact that, New Jersey football giants New York football giants went across the state lines to New Jersey. It's been 35 years and now nobody cares and everybody's over it at this point. So basically in Chicago, you guys will get over it too. That lets you know that they've thought about this long and hard, and they understand the reality is that, yes, you'll all get over it. The initial response is that it sucks. Right? It really sucks. And mind you, just so you all know, I'm from Chicago. I live in LA now. I'm trapped in LA now, but originally born and raised in Chicago. So as far as the initial shock of the thought of the Bears going to Indiana, it's like, oh my God, that is embarrassing that you guys really fumbled that. Hey, but if you're from essentially the south suburbs, and I won't spend too much time on this, on I guess usually Chicago and Chicagoland area kind of geography, right? But I'll show you this very quickly. This right here.
Salute, Goddess Snobby.
Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. I can zoom in a little bit more. Okay, look. This right here is Hammond, Indiana. This is Hammond right here, right?
It's just outside of Chicago.
This is where they're looking at bringing a stadium. As you can see here clearly, like this is the line between Indiana and Illinois. Mm-hmm. And once again, this is Hammond, Indiana.
Yeah.
All this right here to the left that you see next to Hammond, Indiana, Glenwood, Homewood, Flossmoor, Hazelcrest, South Holland, Harvey, Markham, Dalton, and all that. Yeah. Chicago Heights is further down. I think I said Glenwood already. Orland Park. That's all the south suburbs. That's what's considered Chicagoland area, just south of Chicago. If you live here in the south suburbs in Cook County, which is just south of Chicago, and you're a Bears fan, emotionally it's going to suck that the Bears went over to Indiana. But you're looking at your drive to see the Bears cut in half, because it takes up roughly around, if you live like in Chicago Heights or something like that in the south suburb, it takes roughly around 40 some odd minutes to get to the city. But to get to Hammond, Indiana, you're looking at maybe 20 to maybe 15 minutes, depending on how close you live or where you live in the south suburbs. So if you live in the south suburbs in Chicago, you're winning. Emotionally, it's going to suck. But when it's time to go to those games, your trip being cut from 40 minutes to 20, if not 15 minutes, yeah, you won. You won, okay? So I just wanted to give you guys that are not from, Chicago, and you're not familiar with the landscape, the geography and stuff like that, south suburbs, Chicagoland area, all that good stuff. Just letting you guys know what's going on. The Bears aren't going to move deep into Chicago, where you're looking at like Indianapolis or something like that way. It's right there on the lines. But I digress. Now that you understand like the geographical layout of the Chicagoland area and all that good stuff,
I don't know.
What I want to do next is this. I want to play this video clip here, right? I want to play this video clip here. And it's from a recent news clip, you can say, of the situation and what's going on in Chicago. And I just want you to listen to what I believe it's the president/CEO had to say concerning the possibility of the Bears staying in Illinois, which is not likely, but the possibility of them staying in Illinois. And I really want to play this because when he says what he says, essentially he's telling you Chicago is completely out of play.
Yeah.
It's out of play completely. Check this out here. Let me pull this clip up for you guys. And a shout out to my man Cutthroat Rob. Appreciate you coming through. He says the thumbnail has me in tears. I know, right? Brandon Johnson is on bended knees. Please, please, please don't leave. Please do not leave and go to Indiana. No, it's over with. They're gone. They're gone. All right, so let me pull this clip up here. Thank you, Cutthroat Rob, for showing love like you always do, man. Thank you so much. Why am I so
Wear the same hat, same t-shirt. Yes.
Okay, that's enough of that. I'm fumbling around too much. I'm cleared up. Now let's get into this news clip.
He'll put the MAGA hat on from time to time.
Tonight in this.
Rewind it back, take it from the top, and action.
We have some new information tonight in the stadium battle for the Chicago Bears. Well, the city of Chicago wanted the Bears to be their end game. It hasn't been clear. Keeping the team here is an uphill battle. NBC5's Natalie Martinez has new reaction tonight from the NFL commissioner on this stadium tug of war. Natalie.
Vegas trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, Allison, with no set deadline in place for the stadium project, there's now pressure from the top to get a deal done.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said tonight it's important for everyone to find a solution to the Chicago Bears' search for a new or revamped home soon.
As far as advancements in technology and advancements in the quality of the stadium for the fan experience, I would say it's not at the top of the list there.
The Bears see.
Oh man.
What's that? Who's that? Roger Goodell, I believe his name is, if I'm not mistaken. He's telling you Chicago's not even it's not at the top of the list. It's not at the top of the list, but it gets worse. It gets worse.
Like, the Raiders with Oakland went where?
At the top of the list there.
The Bears CEO insists there's no hunger for a lakefront stadium rehab in Chicago.
We strongly believe the only site in the state of Illinois, Cook County, is Arlington Heights. Because when you see that property having 326 acres, with the train station there, the things that we would be able to do. There are some great sites. I mean, we talked a couple years ago about doing something at the museum, campus. There was not an appetite at that point in time there.
Mayor Brandon Johnson says his focus is keeping the Bears in the city of Chicago.
Clearly, they had an appetite. Where things broke down was when the state of Illinois did not commit $850 million to that project.
In typical Brandon Johnson fashion, and just Chicago politics in general, just blame on somebody else. It wasn't me that did it. I didn't fumble the bag. I didn't drop the ball.
Not the car.
It was Illinois State. They're the ones that didn't want to put up the money. Don't look at me. That is so Brandon Johnson of him. That is so Brandon Johnson of him. No accountability at all whatsoever. No communication between the city and state at all whatsoever. It's his fault. No, it's his fault. No, it's his fault. No, it's his fault. And I love this comment here. Loser in chief. Loser in chief. Which is exactly what Brandon Johnson is. And shout out to, I see the people. I see, Riverdale, South Holland in the building. I see some Markham and Harvey. Shout out to everybody from the 708. That's actually where I'm from. I'm from the South suburbs, by the way. When I say I'm from Chicago, I'm actually from right outside the city in the South suburbs that I was describing to you guys. So shout out to everybody that's from the 708 that's in the live chat right now. Shout out to you guys. But let's continue on, right? What's important to note is, once again, you heard Roger Goodell say that essentially Chicago's not even at the top of the list. And then you heard, once again, I believe this is the president/CEO, say if we are going to stay in Illinois, and specifically Cook County, if we're staying in Cook County, right? Yeah. The only option that's in play is Arlington Heights. That's the only option that's in play. Let me play that one more time when he said that.
I mean, we talked a couple years ago about doing something at the museum, campus there with the train station.
Sorry.
There's no hunger for a lakefront stadium rehab in Chicago.
We strongly believe the only site in the state of Illinois and Cook County is Arlington Heights. Because
That's it. That's it. President and CEO Kevin Warren just said the only place that's realistic and in play is Arlington Heights, which is obviously as not as you all know, but as I would know and others that are from like the Chicagoland area. That's a suburb of Chicago, Arlington Heights. That's the only place that's in play. Other than that, it's Indiana.
Those are
You guys are
what words?
It's finished. It's finished. The Bears are done.
And
here's what's even crazier.
Went to the Bay a few times.
The financial
I went out
impact, right?
there.
The debt
We
just based
Raiders
off
and
of
Niners over here, and I was Bronco down from head to toe. They said we're the Raider fans or we're Niner fans, and I said, "Well, I'm a Bronco fan, so I don't know shit about none of that."
You just want to get whooped on it. Like, you should know how to get down to California.
That's why they busted out our window.
I'm like, right. Like, we take it like gangbanging in California. You wearing the wrong shit, cuz.
We Niners are Raiders.
The wrong shit.
I said, "Well, I'm a Bronco fan, so I don't know nothing about nothing you talking about."
I'd at least try to lie.
A 2001 revamp of Soldier
Like,
Field.
you see what I got on.
I mean, Chicago is losing
I would have been like, this is the only
across
shit I
the
can find
board
at the airport.
concerning this issue. and here's what I mean by that.
Where's
Let me
Swap
pull
meet
this article up as we're kind of bringing things to a close.
Right.
So give me just a moment
I
to
would've
do
pressed
that. And while I'm doing so, if you haven't
Right,
already,
yeah,
please just
this time
reset the
you're gonna
room
take that shit
and
off.
hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel.
You know where you're
And
at,
make sure you're
cuz?
following me on Telegram. That way you'll never miss a notification. We can circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. Give me a moment to pull this up because this is very important, embarrassing, and ridiculous all at the same time.
Where's the duck shit about why need to use? What are you on today, Kurt? Talk black
Okay.
to us.
Look at this here. Let me zoom in a little bit. This is just a
Like, this is
failure
the
all
first time I
around.
heard you talk like that. Must be a
First of all, the Chicago Park District. Oh, let's start there.
They're gonna move it to Arlington.
The Chicago Bears don't own Soldier Field. Essentially, the Soldier Field is owned by the Chicago Park District, and essentially, the Chicago Bears are paying rent to rent out Soldier Field. So, for those of you who don't know that, I just wanted to inform you on that. So now let's get into this here. First of all, the Chicago Park District collects revenue from the Bears and National Football League to rent out Soldier Field. In fiscal year 2023, the Bears and NFL paid the Chicago Park District over $7 million to rent out the stadium. Okay, $7 million. That's 1.8% of the total Park District's revenue and 15% of Soldier Field's revenue contribution to the overall Park District budget. If the Bears leave Chicago, this revenue gap will need to be filled either by repurposing Soldier Field or through other Chicago Park District activities and programming. So just from Chicago Bears leaving alone, from the Bears leaving alone, they're losing $7 million a year, $7 million annually. And, you know, granted, it's probably more money than that now because that was back in 2023. I'm assuming, you know, with inflation and things of that nature, that price has definitely gone up. But it gets worse than that. It gets significantly worse than that. Additionally, Illinois taxpayers are still on the hook for over $700 million for the 2001 remodel
I knew this
of
was
Soldier Field. They remodeled it back in 2001.
I knew this was the work talking.
The taxpayers still owe $700 million.
He's
Here's
a
why.
motherfucker did buy it.
Let's take it from the top.
He ain't telling me
Additionally,
shit.
Illinois taxpayers are still on the hook for over $700 million for the 2001 remodel of Soldier Field, which was commissioned to appease the Bears management specifically. The 2001 remodel, get this, was a $587 million plan.
That's what they told me.
Where the Bears and the NFL each chipped in $200 million, with the remaining $387 million to be financed
by public bonds and backed by a hotel
I'm just
motel
like,
tax
why you
levy
got the same fit
in
on?
the
It's
city
like
of
same
Chicago.
black t-shirt, same black hat,
So back in
same white wall.
2001,
And then he throws on
the city of Chicago only owed $387 million. How did it balloon up to $700 million like 20 some odd years later? That's what?
He's from Denver.
The latest
fresh too,
publicly
not
available data
Yeah, that is
from the
dusty
Illinois
hat.
Sports Facility Authority, ISFA, the state authority which managed the Soldier Field renovation bond buys, shows that as of 2021,
Dude,
the
Jesse had all
original
kinds of hats.
2001
I
bond
was waiting
buy
for him to break out
has
the
been
fucking
partially
hats.
financed, excuse me,
Yes.
has been partially refinanced 3 times. I'm going to repeat that again. The original 2001 bond has been partially refinanced 3 times in 2014, 2019, and lastly in 2021. The refinancing was done to reduce the fiscal strain on the city budget since the hotel tax was not fully covering the bond obligations. The city never had the money to do the what is it called? They never had the money to do the remodel to begin with. They didn't have it to do to begin with.
I already told him
As shown in figure 1 below, the result is that the public owes $734 million worth of principal and interest for the bond, significantly more than the initial $587 million it cost to remodel Soldier Field in the first place. And understand, it wasn't $587 million that the city of Chicago's put the bill for.
I guess
So they
it's
split it
the man
between
thing,
the
man.
Bears and the NFL. The Bears and the NFL combined paid $200 million, which left the city of Chicago with a $387 million bill.
That's true.
But because Chicago is notoriously known for mismanaging funds, waste, fraud, and abuse, and most importantly, the financing of illegal immigrants.
No, he just asked
because you're too busy throwing your money away doing all type of other nonsense as opposed to actually paying the debt. They partially refinanced it 3 times, and in between the refinancing and the interest,
what they do to you at
what
work?
you owed went from $387 million to $734 million. That is crazy. Okay. And what it goes to show is that this is beyond Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker.
I feel like he's channeling.
This is just a Democrat Party problem overall. Look at how they're running the city into the ground.
Just go and take them out back. Like
liberals have been controlling this city for years and decades on end.
You know how to do it.
And once again, I want to highlight this point also.
I don't need y'all.
If you just stick
you could just go make an ICE
the
phone call.
financing of illegal immigrants in the city of Chicago,
right. Go call ICE.
If you eliminated that alone, and you actually adhered to federal immigration laws and honored ICE detainers and would just deport illegal immigrants, when you find them,
Don't summon him.
if you weren't financing and bankrolling them,
Don't summon him, twin.
this debt could have paid off. That $387 million could have been paid off years ago. I mean, not even years ago at this point, decades ago at this point. That could have been paid this off. It could have been paid it off.
By tomorrow afternoon.
But instead, they're playing games. Waste, fraud, and abuse at the highest level. So-called mismanagement of funds. I say so-called because it's not really mismanagement. There's a lot of under-the-table money, changing of hands going on, okay? But mismanagement of funds, we'll say, at the highest level. At the highest level, when your debt went from $387 million to $734 million, it increased over the last 25 plus years, not decreased. That means you're not going to pay this off anytime soon. It's going to keep increasing. This is a complete and utter failure. Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker are a complete joke. And this goes to show you as well when it comes to Democrat rule. It's just a disaster. It's just a disaster every single time. I wish I had the data in front of me right now because I like to prove that what I'm saying is true. I'll probably bring this up the next stream that I do just so you know that I'm not lying. But the data is out there already.
Call ICE and all your
That
problems solved by the morning.
cost of living across the board in red states / red cities is lower than in blue cities. I think we all know that already. Like, I don't think I need to show you like the data, but I like to show you things like that just so you know that I'm not just making stuff up. But across the board. So what I'm saying fiscally, you know, Democrats are just not up to par to be able to really do anything right.
Right.
It's just rooted in facts. I don't know what to tell you. It's rooted in facts and it's rooted in data. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today.
Right.
Please, before you leave, hit the like button
and do
right. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform, and most importantly, as always, do not forget to follow me.
Because Kurt said it's nasty as steak.
Oh my God, Lord have mercy. All right, Lady Shay, what's your thoughts about the Chicago Bears moving to Hammond, Indiana?
It's sad, but fuck them. They at peace with moving.
Yeah, that piece.
Right. They at peace with it. They're like, fuck Chicago. I'm tired of this motherfucking mayor. They will build us a motherfucking stadium. He ain't even trying to keep us here. And I tell you, man, you don't want the Bears to play football. They want to play football.
I never thought the Bears were moving to Indiana. Jesus.
That shit's crazy. But I guess it's all about the bread. They're making money moves, I guess. You see, white people are really concerned about that. They don't give a fuck about the people or fans. They just want that money.
Yep.
Or that location, that real estate. They don't give a fuck about the fans. That's terrible shit.
Right.
100 fucking years, and you're just gonna bounce and go to Indiana with your name in the Indiana Bears. I'm all right. Like, come on, man. Do better. Do better, man. But fucking just get fucking oh boy out of office.
God, Jesus. God, what the hell?
I don't even know what to say. This shit's hilarious.
What the hell, Keezy? Storm out, Debo.
Right. Kelda, what you got to say about that? Because Keezy busy call you girl.
Oh my God. Them tethers done really set Keezy off.
Right. I told him just call ICE because your day will be better tomorrow. Maybe even in the afternoon, just tell them you're overloaded. And you know these motherfuckers don't speak English. Lie, whatever you got to say to get them over there. Tell him the motherfucking new boss, he speaks Spanish and you speak English. And you know he's not from there. He's definitely legal. Tell him he's Venezuelan.
Right.
Everybody in here is illegal, except for you.
Just yell ICE.
Yeah, just say La Migra. At the gate. Trying to get in. Telling you. Everybody running out the back. Your night would go a whole lot easier.
Just go ICE, ICE, ICE. And them motherfuckers start running like roaches.
No, say it in Spanish. Or you have to say, hey man, I heard over the line. On the radio, motherfucking ICE motherfuckers are outside heavy. You had to take the back way.
Yeah, fuck what?
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Lord.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Y'all.
Whoa. Tell me you'll call his girl. Tell me you'll call his girl. Okay, everybody call everybody's girl. See what happens.
Y'all need to do like EPMD and just chill.
No. It could be like fucking when Mystical had that beef.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, with UNLV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You gonna throw him in the lake?
You gonna drag him in the river?
Drag him in the river? Yeah. That was tight. This could be a really good thing. We could really have a good beef right here with some music.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's like it's an Inspector Gadget beat on slow drag.
He got roasted fucking with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keezy can definitely roast.
Right, all day. It's like, can you just go call Iceman and so we can go back to talking black?
Talk black to us.
Yeah, come on. That's what I was. Remember, I was looking for that song.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that was a banger right there, Keezy.
So switching all kinds of gears.
Matter of fact, I'm done going back and forth with that cat. He can.
Oh my God.
Can't even by himself.
Jesus.
Strange.
As bad as Chewbacca and Crew was going at it. Jesus.
This is much more entertaining, though.
Yeah.
That shit was more violent than anything. This is way more entertaining. Because Keezy's like, I'm gonna call his bitch. He's like, fuck that. I ain't hear none of that shit. He said, oh, Black and mild burger eating.
Some positive K. I ain't trying to hear that.
Who's a man right here? You looking for me? Am I here?
Here I go.
Here I go.
Here I go.
Man right here. God damn, what you got against burgers and Black and Milds? That's good shit. throwing a little Southern comfort.
I can't see it.
You gotta get his fucking Black and Milds and burgers.
Jesus. It's all family here. Yeah. All right, so that goofy rapper Pooh Shiesty arrested after FBI.
Oh man, that's the majorest, goofiest.
After FBI raids family home.
That's
oh my God, Lord have mercy.
You know you're just playing, cause either way.
Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Dallas. And we will have a brief question and answer session after their remarks. Please identify yourself by your name and your media outlet when asking questions, and confine the content of your questions to today's press conference. At the podium, joining Ryan Raybould and Jeremy Wright is Executive Assistant Chief of Police with the Dallas Police Department, Terrence Rhodes, Assistant U.S. Attorney Robert Withers, Assistant U.S. Attorney Claire Demers, and Assistant U.S. Attorney and Violent Crimes Chief Jeremy Fugate, all of the Northern District of Texas. And with that, I'll turn it over to
This is
Ryan.
a hood moment.
Good morning.
Oh, good.
I'm Ryan Raybould. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Thank you for coming. This week, 9 individuals, including well-known musical artists, kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas. 8 of the 9 were arrested yesterday in Dallas, Memphis, and Nashville. These individuals who are charged and arrested include Lontrell Williams Jr., also known as Pooh Shiesty, Lontrell Williams Sr., Rodney Wright Jr., also known as Big 30, Kadarius Waters, Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover,
Putting out everybody's government
Corday
name.
Johnson, Darian McDaniel, and Terrence Rogers has not been arrested yet, but will be soon. The complaint alleges that on January 10th of this year, 3 music industry professionals traveled to Dallas for a scheduled business meeting. Lontrell Williams Jr. arranged this meeting
purportedly
to discuss the terms of his recording contract with one of the victims. As alleged, once these three men were inside the recording studio, Williams Jr. and 8 co-conspirators, several of whom traveled from Memphis, Tennessee, executed a coordinated armed takeover. As alleged, Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol and forced one of the victims to sign a release from the recording contract at gunpoint. The remaining conspirators displayed firearms and robbed the other victims of Rolex watches, jewelry, cash, and other high-value items. One of the victims was actually choked by one of the defendants to the point of near unconsciousness. Defendant Wright barricaded the studio door with his body to prevent the victims from escaping. The ringleader of the conspiracy, Lontrell Williams Jr., was on home confinement at the time of the offense, as alleged, for a prior firearms conspiracy charge and conviction out of the Southern District of Florida.
Just ignore his ass.
Towards the end of his prison sentence, he had been granted home detention. Part of the terms of his home detention were that he would not commit another federal offense or possess a firearm. His father, Lontrell Williams Sr., is alleged to have helped plan and execute the federal kidnapping as charged in the complaint. And as described further in the complaint, within hours of leaving the Dallas studio, a number of the defendants were on social media displaying some of the items that appeared to be the jewelry that had been robbed from the victims. The charging document outlines some of the evidence, just some, establishing the defendants' roles in the federal offense. This is as follows. Electronic monitoring data placing Williams Jr. at the offense location, which would put him in violation of his home detention conditions. Cell phone records and license plate reader data corroborating the coordinated travel of multiple defendants from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas. Rental car records confirming Williams Sr. rented a vehicle that was used by the group. Surveillance footage from the offense location, a nearby Nike supply store, and a hotel where several of the defendants stayed following the offense. Fingerprint evidence as well that was recovered from the crime scene, matching at least 2 of the defendants. Social media posts by defendants displaying what appears to be stolen property just in the days following the offense. Greyhound bus records confirming the travel of multiple defendants from Dallas to Memphis the day after the offense. The victims in this case came to Dallas to conduct legitimate business, and they were met with firearms and violence as alleged in the charging document. This case should serve as a warning to others who believe that using violence by the government names like the mayor's in our community is a viable way to conduct business. I'm here to say that it is not, and that if you choose to do this, we will, together with our law enforcement partners here and the other ones in the Northern District of Texas, will bring you swiftly to justice. I want to thank the FBI Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, the FBI's Memphis Resident Agency and Nashville Field Office, the Memphis Safe Task Force, the Dallas Police Department, the United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Michael Donovan, and AUSA Greg Wagner, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Texas, my dear friend and colleague Jay Combs, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee, including my colleague Braden Busek, for their outstanding contributions in this multi-jurisdictional investigation and prosecution. I'd also like to highlight the extraordinary work. None of this happens without the extraordinary work of our AUSAs in this office. And I'm here to say we have the best AUSAs in the entire country. That includes AUSAs Robert Withers, Claire Demers, and my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate. This case really underscores the importance of standing up for crime victims, no matter who they are or where they come from. And the incredible collaborative, investigative partnerships that we have, not only in the Northern District of Texas, but across the country. And we are all working together to make our country safer. So thank you for being here today, and I'll answer some questions after my colleague here speaks. But now I'm going to turn it over to him, and this is Jeremy Wright, who's the Dallas FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everybody. As Ryan said, my name is Jeremy Wright, Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI Dallas. As United States Attorney Raybould said, we're here today to announce the arrest of several individuals in the Memphis and Nashville, Tennessee areas, as long as one here in Frisco, Texas.
Even not everybody's government, nobody knows
the
who they
result
are.
of a violent kidnapping of 3 individuals here in the Dallas area.
Violent
The
kidnapping.
majority of those arrested did travel from Memphis to Dallas to commit that offense. Our office collaborated with multiple law enforcement agencies and other FBI offices to carry out this investigation that ultimately led to these arrests. So I'd like to thank the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, Dallas Police Department, the Memphis Safe Task Force, Memphis, Tennessee Police Department, and the Shelby County, Tennessee Sheriff's Department for helping with this investigation. Violent crime does remain a top priority for the FBI.
You gonna
We
let me
dedicated
off that
significant
phone
resources
track, nigga.
from here in Dallas
Right.
FBI,
You're
Nashville,
like,
Little
nah,
Rock,
cuz I got
Birmingham, and
you for
Atlanta
another 5
FBI
years.
offices to investigate and
2 more
successfully
albums.
arrest these
Get
individuals.
to work.
We remain committed to investigating violent crimes like these.
He only
No
had
matter
like
who you
2
are,
artists.
we will fight
Remember, he
every
gave
day
up all
alongside
his
our
other artists.
partners to make our
Yeah.
communities safer.
He kept
Thank you.
Fugiano and Pooh.
And we have time for some questions. If you would just identify who you
I
were
don't
with
get it.
and your
This
name would be
yo,
helpful. Yes, sir.
Daddy, and now look what happened.
Hi, Kevin.
It may be in the release that you're going to send us, but can you be more specific to who these victims are and a specific location of this studio that you were talking about?
I'll answer the last part first. Yes, it'll be in the complaint, and we're happy to get you a copy of that. It's now unsealed. It was off Dallas Parkway in Dallas, Texas, a music studio. That's what's identified in the complaint. As far as victims go, we won't get into at this time who the victims are or not.
Everybody and their mama know now.
Everybody know who it is.
Describe the injuries suffered by the 3 victims.
So one of the victims, and this is actually in the complaint, and we'll get you a copy as well. There's a photograph of the injury. It looks like there's some abrasions on the neck and arm.
Yeah, the white boy.
Mm.
That was a
Right, because that only show about white people.
One of the individuals that's been charged has not had his initial appearance yet, but agents are actively working to locate and
I
bring him
don't
to
know.
court.
I don't know. Them tethers set him off.
Man, he's at work. I told him what to do. Just call ICE, cuz you'll be all right. You get half the motherfuckers out your business, out the work. No, you ain't gotta try to talk to them and explain shit in English.
Agents are working to find him.
That's
The
our
complaint
boy.
has already
That's
been
our
unsealed, and a number of these defendants have
We can
had
never do no
their
wrong
public
in our
hearing
eyes.
already, their initial appearance, and so it's already out there that this individual has been charged, and so that information is in the public
do no
record.
wrong.
But I trust that the agents will be able to identify this person and find them and bring them to justice. Of course, that person can turn themselves in immediately.
2 questions. This is Chase with the Dallas Morning News again. So the initial incident happened.
Because you're having a hard night at work. It's Sunday. It's Saturday.
Can you describe?
And now it's Sunday.
And the length of time,
Yeah, bro.
why we're talking about this now?
Why are you asking me where I'm from, though? Oh, yeah, because I think you just didn't know, man.
The second part of that question.
No, that's how we do.
Did all of the arrests
Yeah.
You know how we do.
yesterday, or
No,
did
that's
they
not
happen
like that.
happening over the span of time that we're talking about?
Yeah, good questions. I'll start with the last part. 8 of the 9 happened yesterday, and then we're still working on one more. And that was, again, a lot of those happened in Memphis. One happened in Nashville, and we're working now with our Georgia counterparts to get the last person brought to justice.
Easter Sunday.
Do you want to ask another question, follow up to that?
I forgot.
Okay, and remind me of your first part, sir.
Because your ass said something about the fucking hats.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, he was talking about TD Hip Hop.
Yeah.
Wears the same hat. And Cuz hat look like it stank.
Well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to list off some of the evidence that has been uncovered to date. A lot of this was subpoena work, search warrant work, and things like that in order to develop the investigation. And so
Okay, so
the agents
yeah,
here with me, the
Kurt was
agents out in the
talking
field,
about
it takes a little bit of time to identify who did this
TV
offense
media
and build a
Black. He's
case
always
so that
wearing the
we
same
feel
motherfucking
comfortable
hat.
bringing the charges.
he
So
ain't no
actually that's pretty quickly
Yeah,
for
he
a
ain't no
federal
tether,
case
not at all.
of
That's
that
the
of this
FBA
gravity
brother.
and this nature. And so I'm very proud of the
All
investigative
day, every
work.
day.
And it will continue from this office as well as our
Look at this
FBI
guy.
and our local
Yeah,
police
no, he
department.
was talking about a TD Media Group. That dude's always wearing the same hat and it looked like it stank.
They're facing a range, so there's no mandatory minimum in this case. It's a range of punishment, and it'll be in the province of the judge, whoever gets the case. But it could be from 0 all the way to life imprisonment. And as you know, a lot of what will guide what's called the sentencing guidelines will be the individual's previous criminal history, the fact that one of these individuals committed the offense while on home confinement.
What you said, yeah, I think it would take it would have to go to that level at that point.
Convicted, that would be an aggravating factor for sure.
One thing to talk about somebody's girls, another thing to talk about somebody's uncle.
Right.
There's a total misunderstanding on both sides. We just let you find it out.
I'm not going to get into the victim stuff at this time. I think that more will be coming out there that will help clarify, but I'm not at liberty at this stage of the investigation to disclose that.
And then
He just got out.
Operation to conduct all of those arrests. I imagine they were in different places.
Exactly.
He's robbing the wrong motherfucker. He's robbing a motherfucker that put him on.
I'm going to hand that one off to my colleague here, Jeremy Wright.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It requires a lot of partnerships across multiple jurisdictions to be able to conduct simultaneous arrests in a manner, to not alert other folks and to do it safely. So really, it's just a coordinated effort. And fortunately, we have great relationships here locally with Dallas PD and our other partners, as well as other FBI offices have the similar relationships. Memphis is unique; they have the Memphis Safe Task Force there currently, which was kind of a help in a lot of this. So it's really just coordination and pre-planning.
Yeah, coming out here to Denver, we kind of crashed out a little bit.
Memphis, we had
but
one
I'm from
in Frisco,
California,
Texas.
naturally. So I mean, I know a real crash, real
and
crash.
And as the U.S. Attorney said, we're actively.
I've been here long enough to understand.
Yeah.
Did you have another question,
No,
sir?
yeah, that's his artist, Gucci's artist.
Yeah, this Gucci Man artist.
Mm-hmm.
I think that becomes public record, but I'm not sure if I could follow up with you right after, Captain, if you would get to make sure that we get that information over there.
To a motherfucker's head to
Thank
get out
you
of
for
a
coming.
motherfucking contract.
If there are any further
Those are
questions, I
contract
just want to
kids.
underscore the importance here
It
in
was so
Northern District of
bad.
Texas
You've been on that
of
contract for a minute.
vigorously prosecuting violent crime. And a couple days ago, I did a press
Right.
conference in Fort Worth, Texas.
I mean, he could have got a new lawyer just to fight to get out of that
the
contract.
collaboration.
I mean,
The
he
state,
has the
local
bread.
police are some of our best friends and
What's
best
that contract
partners.
say?
Chief
You
Como is
owe
a dear
2
friend
more
and partner
albums?
of this
What?
office and has been fantastic
You
for
need to
us.
pay that motherfucking money
Working
back?
with
What?
some of the best in the business, the
What was so
FBI,
bad about it?
and I'm just really honored to
Gotta
stand
give up
shoulder
your
to
third
shoulder with
born?
the men
What?
and women in my office. So again, we look forward to prosecuting
The
this
contract
case
wasn't that heavy.
vigorously.
I mean, I remember
And
when
if you have any further questions,
white.
feel free to reach out
I
to
remember
Catherine
when
Miller.
Gucci
Thank
released
you.
almost all of his artists.
They
They weren't bringing no. They weren't bringing
doing
no.
the
All right, so that was the
Birdman
very
hand
latest from Dallas,
Like, ooh,
Texas,
he
as we
got
wanted to
something.
share
Right.
just a little bit more information
Yeah.
about this breaking news. This is from TMZ, but what we were
Oh my
hearing
God,
from the
please,
FBI and
TMZ.
other agents
That's why I
is that
said they the
rapper
feds.
Shiesty
TMZ
and
the
his
goddamn
father
feds.
were arrested
right.
by the FBI. There were a number of other arrests as
I
well. So we
listened-
did
I
want to
listened
bring
to
you
that-
the very
I listened to
latest
that
in
kinda
this
like
investigation
Fujiana.
and that breaking news
So-
update that
Right.
rapper Pooh Shiesty
Especially when
and his
Jesse was running
father
for mayor.
are now
Yeah.
under arrest.
Like, you call me the mayor.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I already played this. I'm not gonna replay it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm Ryan Rabel, I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas.
Exactly.
Thank you for coming.
I mean, like,
This week,
he knows what he got involved in. Just
several
need
of
to bring
whom
the fucking
traveled
foreign friend.
from Memphis, Tennessee,
That-
executed
that-
a coordinated
that
armed
contract wasn't-
takeover.
It shouldn't have
As
been.
alleged,
Been
Williams
in it for
Jr.
a while,
produced
for a
an
minute.
AK-style
He renewed
pistol.
it, I think, too. I think
Towards the end of his prison
off-brand,
sentence,
yeah.
he would
Sound like some basic shit to me.
Major news out of the music industry today. Rappers by the stage names of Pooh, Shiesty, and Big 30 have been arrested along with several others. And they're accused of robbing and kidnapping another rapper going by the name of Gucci Mane. All happened at gunpoint, apparently, in Dallas. The Department of Justice revealing new details on that investigation today. Seda Holguin live for us right outside the federal building in Dallas where that took place. What's the latest on all this?
Contract. Right.
Doug, investigators say this incident took place in Dallas back in January. 8 of the 9 suspects were arrested yesterday in Dallas, Memphis, and Nashville.
He let out a lot of people out of the contract.
Victims in this case came to Dallas to conduct legitimate business, and they were met with firearms and violence.
According to the DOJ, on January 10th, rapper Gucci Mane and 2 others were allegedly kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint at a music studio located on Dallas Parkway. They say the ringleader behind this attack was another rapper, Pooh Shiesty, alleging he was the one who set up the meeting to discuss his recording contract.
As alleged, Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol and forced one of the victims to sign a release from the recording contract at gunpoint.
Officials say a total of 9 suspects
that contract don't mean shit,
including Pooh Shiesty's father, rapper Big 30.
The remaining conspirators displayed firearms and robbed the other victims of Rolex watches, jewelry, cash, and other high-value items. One of the victims was actually choked by one of the defendants to the point of near unconsciousness.
The DOJ released these pictures, and a federal complaint states that the suspects posted videos on social media where you can see them wearing some of the jewelry they stole. Investigators were also able to link the suspects to the crime.
That amateur hour. It's amateur hour.
Saying that
these motherfuckers never did no dirt ever in their life
at the time of the robbery.
This is the stupidest motherfucking basic fucking.
Officials say all 9 suspects will be transported over to North Texas, where they will be sentenced, and the rest for that suspect will be happening
his contract.
From Dallas. For Seda Holguin, CBS News Texas.
Y'all seen Straight Outta Compton? They try to reach.
Seda, thanks so very much.
Yo, Straight Outta Compton. You gonna let me up that contract, cuz?
Right? No, he can't. That contract was under duress. It's under duress. You're being held at gunpoint and choked and shit. So no, that contract don't stand in court.
Yo,
it don't matter if you put a fucking blood print on it. It came under duress.
UPTV, make sure you sell your pivot at all times, man.
You didn't fight like a man. You got your fucking gun up.
Viral conversation right now all over the internet. Pooh Shiesty, Big 30, his pops, and 6 others robbing Gucci Mane and his security and cameraman once again. And you see how much attention
once again. Oh my God!
On major networks, as in right there on CBS Dallas, and I had a links in the description where you can watch it before and in the beginning, as they did unseal the federal complaint yesterday.
Look, man, you better use your resources. Everybody get touched in jail.
Information, and it's becoming more of a wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe that. Oh, they really did that. And one of the other things that is being talked about right now is the fact that Big 30 actually recorded this as his mugshot release.
Oh my God, this motherfucker. You tell these niggas ain't ever did no dirt.
Gucci Mane and his entourage came to
amateur hour.
Meet up with Pooh Shiesty.
Amateur hour. First time.
They said that Pooh Shiesty was getting calls that they overheard from his probation officer, which he's on the ankle monitor, that he's not supposed to be there. So Gucci suggested, hey man, we can reschedule another time. As they said, and they was like, well, nah, let me holler at you here, Gucci. Took him inside the control room, and then they say that's where it all went down at. Inside the control room, Williams Jr. produced purported contract termination of release paperwork from a bag and told RD, which is Roger Davis, to sign when RD declined. Williams Jr. became agitated, and the pair started to argue. MM and BP could see inside the recording room and initially believed RD and Williams Jr. to be discussing business. But as MM saw the conversation intensifying, he texted CW, who was still in the music studio's lobby. As the argument inside the recording room ensued, Williams Jr. instructed Wright, which is Big 30, to get his bag. Wright complied, leaving the recording room before returning with a bag. Williams Jr. then pulled what appeared to be a black AK-style pistol from the bag and pointed it at RD, demanding again that RD sign the contractual release paperwork. RD complied, signing the paperwork from Williams Jr., while Williams Sr. and Wright stood by. RD was not allowed to leave the recording room while he was held at gunpoint by Williams Jr. Wright pulled out his cell phone and purported to record RD signing the paperwork while being forced to say that he released Williams Jr. from the contract. After the release was signed, Williams took RD's wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash. After RD signed the contractual release paperwork, Williams Jr. provided the paperwork to Williams Sr. and asked him if the paperwork was good. Williams Sr. advised that the paperwork needed to be dated. So Williams Jr. then forced RD to add a date next to his signature. As RD, Williams Jr., Williams Sr., and Wright exited the recording room, the remaining subjects, Waters, Rogers, Johnson, Glover, McDaniel, and Gibson, produced handguns of AR, AK-style pistols and began to demand property from BP and MM. BP rushed into a couch into the control room while the individual known to BP as CMO Dang Fool and part of Williams Jr.'s crew, later identified as Rogers, searched his pockets, stole his wallet, BP's chain, and a necklace bearing the moniker 1017 were stolen from his neck by another subject he knew as Glizzy 375, later identified as McDaniel during the robbery. Now, that being said, these same guys that was part of the entourage allegedly stole these things, and then they have social media pictures of them in this federal complaint. That's not alleged. They are in the video with those things, Rolexes and chains and everything of the nature. You see the other guy got the marks on his neck and things. Now, what they says right there is based, that's what Pooh Shiesty's dad is going to be charged at, and that's what he's being charged with. Hey, you were part of this plan. You told them to, hey, he need to sign his date on there, Big 30, recorded it on his phone as, hey, we're going to get you on camera saying he's out of this contract. And so to see that right there happened, this is wild. I ain't never seen nothing like this before. I'm going to say innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, just because that's what we have to do. They not been convicted yet. But if they did this, I have to call it one of the craziest crash outs of all time. I've never thought that I would see a day where somebody would have an ankle monitor on, fresh out the feds, not even half a year yet, go inside of a studio where they know there's cameras at, and put a gun and tell somebody to record it. Like, and I'm pretty sure they recorded in an angle where like you can't see the gun, but still it's like all this stuff when you upload it is gonna be saved to some type of database. They can always pull these things up off these phones. It's like you don't have you're not even giving yourself a chance. And in the long run, this wasn't ever gonna work, man. I don't know why nobody out of these 9 people didn't wake up and say that this is not a good idea. This is not gonna work out. We ain't gonna be able to finesse this. Like we got to find another route. And I don't know how terrible that contract was. Just keeping it 100. I'm pretty sure the contract was not good, and Pooh Shiesty has outworked that contract probably times 10 and outworked it. It's worth it of it. I'm just making up a word. It's outworked it, that contract in its original form to the highest level. It exceeded it. But this is just something you can't do, bro. Right? You put it.
You know what? When he signed the contract, he knew what he was getting.
They are going to try to Pooh Shiesty. He will be older, much older, when he is released from federal prison. If he is convicted of this, could be possibly a life sentence. That's maximum. He won't get that, but they gonna put it out there like they're facing life. This was a real
because you could have killed him.
I'm just like, whoa, that's that. And yeah, man,
gotta hope you don't get charged with attempted murder.
I never think I'd see this one right here. Between all of them involved, there will be at least 100 years of time combined handed out for this crime. And I'm pretty sure it happened in less than 5 minutes. Now, the photo was all over the internet of this right here. People were saying it was AI, but now looking at it, that they was all wearing black. They was all having on hoodies and things, and he had on a Shiesty mask. this might have been a real photo right here out there to the internet. Now I got to keep it 100 because this explains exactly what happened. It shows exactly what happened. I don't know, man. We'll see. Y'all tell me what y'all think.
Can be touched, like,
Keep y'all updated on it. It's gonna be more to come out. Make sure y'all tap into that Urban Politician TV Patreon as well. I got a new exclusive stuff on there that you can't get on YouTube. We just popping and getting conversations off. We talking Ebro. We talking about other stuff. We talking about
that means Shiesty ain't never really had no representation because he brought his goddamn daddy with him.
Stupid.
Accused of kidnapping and robbing rapper Gucci Mane and others are set to face a judge again on Monday as their high-stakes detention hearing continues. In federal court, prosecutors say what was supposed to be a business meeting, 5 of the 9 people charged, Lontrell Williams Sr., Rodney Wright Jr., Darian McDaniel, Corday Johnson, and Demarion Gibson.
Everybody's government.
Investigators revealed new details about what they say happened on January 10th. Just after 1 p.m., 3 victims arrived expecting to meet with rapper Pooh Shiesty or Lontrell Williams Jr. Instead, prosecutors say it was an ambush. An FBI special agent testified that Williams Jr. brought 1 victim into a private studio room. Others followed, shut the door, and an argument over a contract quickly escalated. Williams Jr. had Rodney Wright, also known as Big 30, retrieve a bag with an AK-style pistol, then pointed it at the victim, forcing him to sign paperwork releasing him from his contract, according to the agent. A judge has now ruled there is probable cause for charges including kidnapping, robbery, and conspiracy. One of Big 30's attorneys, Marty Wells, spoke with us after the ruling.
There are certainly gaps in the evidence. The thing doesn't make sense. Sort of the way it's put together in the complaint doesn't make practical sense about how the way this happened. So,
pictures of it.
We use this as an opportunity to sort of learn what their theory is.
They just going to Burbank.
And bond was granted for Williams Sr. under strict conditions, including home confinement and a $250,000 bond. As for the remaining suspects, their cases are expected to continue when court resumes Monday afternoon.
The evidence that was presented today in court.
Well, Greg, I can tell you that prosecutors say there's cell phone evidence that shows the 9 defendants, including Pooh Shiesty, his father, and Big 30, were in the area prior to and after the incident. But one of the things that the defense has pointed out is there isn't any physical video evidence that shows this crime took place. A lot of information was presented in court, but there still are a lot of questions in this case. We will continue to follow it as it progresses in court and keep you updated. Reporting live from downtown Memphis for your news leader, Ray Copeland, WRU.
A special agent from the FBI, Marcellus Hobbs from the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, took the stand, and defense attorneys for Lontrell Williams Sr., Pooh Shiesty's father, and Rodney Wright Jr., also known as rapper Big 30, asked Hobbs a key question. Is there any hard evidence like video surveillance showing either man possessing a gun or threatening anyone? And Hobbs said no. He also testified that no concrete evidence was found in Wright's car or Williams' homes when they were arrested. But even so, the judge ruled there is still probable cause for both men and all defendants who appear today based on cell phone data, outside surveillance video, and victim statements that stand uncontested.
It's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. This is TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on the latest update involving Pooh Shiesty, his father, Big 30, and 6 others, as they have been fairly charged and now going to be moving forward off of probable cause for allegedly robbing and kidnapping Gucci Mane and 2 others. Once again, as I will have the links in the description where you can watch the clips in the beginning and full it from ABC,
you get no strikes for this.
WREG Channel 3, and also Action 5, as they was reporting live outside the courtroom, giving us as it was happening in real time, the latest details. As Federal Agent Hobbs was laying out his case, saying why they moving forward with probable cause, but the key stuff that has got to circulate and it got in rotation was the fact that they did not have physical evidence of the robbery taking place or them putting Gucci Mane inside the room and making him sign the contract and recording it. And I'm going to get into this right up in just a second, where it kind of breaks down more of the details of what they have and don't have. And also it said that supposedly when they put up the federal complaint that Big 30 had recorded Gucci Mane signing his name on the dotted line and saying that he was releasing Pooh Shiesty from the contract. They say that phone has been destroyed. Now they went to one of the guys' home.
You just gonna let that right. You have to look at
the some key points in the write-up. Pooh Shiesty did not appear in court, but his father, Big 30, and 4 other defendants did.
Make vital evidence just slide.
Hobbs testified that RD complied and signed it, which is Roger Davis. Then Big 30 allegedly recorded at gunpoint, saying he was releasing Pooh Shiesty from his contract. It was later revealed that investigators had been unable to retrieve that video because Big 30 allegedly broke his phone after the fact. Investigators also claimed that Pooh Shiesty robbed RD of his earrings, watch, and wedding ring. However, there's no physical video evidence that shows the alleged robbery took place. It's also alleged that the 8 defendants, excluding Pooh Shiesty's father, Darian McDonald, and DeMarcus Glover, allegedly re-entered the studio and pulled out guns on RD and 2 other victims. At some point, investigators allege RD's security team tried to enter the barricaded room. However, Wright and 2 other defendants pointed a gun and told them to step back, which they did. Investigators say the victims exited from the studio at gunpoint. Then the defendants left and were captured on a nearby surveillance camera. Investigators say they found a gun in Demarion Gibson's home, along with a hoodie in McDaniel's home that he was captured in on surveillance video at the time of the alleged robbery. Now, what they're saying is, hey, the surveillance put all of them in the area at the time, so that's a reason why they're gonna move forward with this, and they have probable cause. And then one of the guys, the hoodie was at his house that he wore from the surveillance video allegedly. But a key thing that they was alleging that Big 30 actually recorded this and had Gucci Mane saying this stuff on camera, but they cannot find that physical evidence. So it still is right proven guilty in the court of law. It's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. And in court, on the defense side, it's all about saying, hey, do y'all have enough to prove that I did this? I don't have to prove to y'all that I didn't do it. It's about, do y'all have enough to prove that I did? And if we go to trial, it's all in the jury hands and how they feel right here. This whole situation is wild and crazy right here. But they was all in the hotel rooms together and everything of the sort. Pooh Shiesty supposedly, according to the federal complaint, was receiving phone calls from his PO at the current time, but his father is out while this was going on, which is crazy. Pooh Shiesty's father has been released. Pooh Shiesty probably won't be released next week because he was already on the federal house, was already back at a halfway house, but he had recently still been on federal probation and was still moving around. So this right here is just the latest of this case. People are going to be looking into it. I'll keep y'all updated on it as people asking me this, that, have I seen this, or what's the latest on it? So I'm going to come in and keep y'all in the know about everything happening and what's trending on the conversations online with it. I'll just say this, man, innocent till proven guilty, but it looked wild. It do look wild. I would never think that I would see nothing like this with the feds being involved and they able to put you there, the witnesses, and it's all about what the jury feels. It's going to be a tough thing to fight. I would just say this. This is not the answer. If you have a contract issues or any type of issues, bro, so much surveillance, license plate readers, this and that, then they're going to put your history, your music, and everything else on the stand and say, this is what he's capable of. This is what he's done in the past. Now, we put this in the jury hands. Is he capable of this? With 3 witnesses there, including Gucci Mane being one of them. He would be called to testify if they did go take this to trial. I don't know. We'll see. Y'all tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. Make sure y'all tap into that Urban Politician TV Patreon. We got Patreon exclusive videos.
Like they did it.
But get over there.
The motherfucking the people, the fucking task force, whatever that did that, they doing their fucking due diligence.
There's enough probable cause for the case to move
Like,
forward.
check it out.
And so in this
remember the
case,
videos I recorded when my lung was broken?
Yeah.
Okay, mine got the phone no more, right?
Yeah.
I ain't even got that same phone number. But
Right.
them videos are sitting right now in my Google account.
Yeah,
I can pull them up right now.
Right, they're in the Google.
They're in the Google account. They never got deleted. Doesn't matter what. He could have broke his motherfucking phone, threw it off a bridge, let it drive on the highway. Don't matter.
As soon as
sitting right there.
video and them pictures, that shit is
It's still
forever.
sitting right there.
And
Yeah, and even in the studio, like, come on, man. Like, whoever called the laws on this shit in the first place know that shit was right there. You know they did that. The studio got cameras.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of studio don't got no cameras?
Right.
They've been having cameras since fucking shit was going down in recording studios.
Yeah.
There's all kind of violent shit, gay shit. Remember when they was doing the most in the studios?
Yep.
Beefing and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So motherfuckers, they got cameras everywhere. And not to mention, when these motherfuckers took off after the fact, surely that wasn't like a calm walk out.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
So that's
somebody had to see you come through the front door.
Pooh Shiesty right there.
Like, you can't just walk through the studio. You gotta check in. You gotta walk through first, you know what I mean? Check in with a bitch or whatever. Like, you just go, it's like empty and go up a flight. What is this? Like, this is amateur hour. First of all, and what they did is like all rookie moves. Like, this is shit that a motherfucker does for the first time.
Right.
This is stupid. This is like basic dumbass moves. First of all, you ain't supposed to be doing no dirt when you on fucking ankle monitor. Like, you left. Right. They know where you're at. You're pinging off the fucking towers. Second, you gonna rob the motherfucker to put you on?
That's stupid.
You gonna hold him like that? You know what I mean? All because you upset about a contract. You don't know how to talk for yourself. You don't know how to go buy no motherfucking lawyer.
Right.
You're supposed to have a lawyer for your own shit anyway. You know? Like, what the fuck? Not to mention, you've been out 6, 7, 8 months, and you gonna let your daddy fucking talk you into some other shit, or don't forget to date it. It don't fucking matter. It's under duress.
Right.
It don't matter. You forced him to do it. So that contract don't matter at all. You're still in it, you dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Then you gonna choke him out, or choke him till he lose consciousness or whatever.
Choke the white boy.
Stupid, because when these motherfuckers outside the office watching it happen, not trying to go in and help them. You know what I mean? Dumb. You just gonna let these motherfuckers get robbed and beat up and choked and forced to sign their name on this dotted line right here. I printed it off. This contract came off of like legal Zoom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is it
sign it or else?
Sign it or else. What the fuck did it say? That you owe the devil your third child and your bitch? Like, I mean, come on, how bad was it? Like, if he let him out of other contracts, he signed contracts. You gotta get a lawyer and shit to read them first. What you owe? You owe money. How many albums were you supposed to do? Because you ain't did no albums in a minute.
Trying to recreate a death row moment.
Correct. Stupid. And you sporting the shit. And you think, what you think? I'm gonna take off my hoodie and hide it at my homeboy's house. Dummy.
You should have got rid of that hoodie altogether.
You should have got rid of it and burned it. You know what I mean? Threw it in a motherfucking swamp.
Right.
Take pictures and shit, sport it. You got motherfuckers calling the laws, getting choked out and have to go check themselves. You know somebody peed their pants.
Right.
You know what I mean? You steal a motherfucker's wedding ring. You're a bum.
Let's see what the thing. What is his name? Yeah, let's see what the thing got to say.
I want to see what that contract was so bad. What did you owe on it? I got so many things.
What the thing from Fantastic Four got to say.
The evidence they have against the defendants, and apparently some of the evidence they don't have. So while it's clear the agents have evidence that places the defendants at or near the location of the incident, they don't have any hard evidence for more than that. And before you ask about a video of Gucci signing the release paperwork, the criminal complaint specifically says, quote, Wright pulled out a cell phone and purported to record RD signing the paperwork while being forced to say that he, quote, released Williams Jr. from the contract. And the little 2 at the end is a footnote. And the footnote says, quote, according to BT's statement to law enforcement, he witnessed Wright planting a cell phone at RD inside the recording room, but assumed at the time that Wright was taking pictures for social media. So the language here seems to be what's key, and that is that 30 purported to record, purported, meaning appeared or seemed to be recording. Now the streets are saying there is video of Gucci signing the paperwork, but at this time the feds are saying they don't have it. So this really could come down to testimony from the victims, but I'm not a lawyer. And clearly, the real lawyers are already doing what lawyers do. So we'll see what happens. Oh, and the judge confirmed there is probable cause, so the case is moving forward.
Young people, stay out of the streets, man. The streets is a myth.
Obviously,
and this is something I've been telling y'all for years. Y'all remember when I wrote, when I was doing my series about 3-4 years ago, F to the real jigger, right? And Bad Bees. And I was doing that series back then. And I was showing all the horrible and horrific things that we do to each other in our communities, right? And we brag on being on demon time. We brag on being, the slut walks, and we brag on all this kind of stuff, right? So now, Pooh Shiesty is locked up, right? For a January incident while he was on home confinement. We know that he signed the Gucci Band's label 1017 back in 2020. They got all kinds of stuff about Gucci Band saying that he's like manic depressing. He's kind of crazy. There's a lot of former artists that's going off on him now saying that, like that dude's crazy. He's not like a CEO worthy. They just saying all kinds of stuff about him, right? So but this is the thing. I'm sitting as a 50-year-old man, about to be 51. I'm sitting here and looking online and everybody's snitching. I'm talking about like even YouTubers are playing detectives, right? And trying to solve the case. But you had this guy, Roman Hernandez. That was the one that was initially charged with the young Dolph unaliving. He was he's on, calling up the academics, doing all kinds of talking. Him and Charleston White, all kinds of YouTubers, like everybody. Listen, young people. The days of the street criminal activity is over. It ain't just the police telling on you; it's the internet telling.
The internet telling.
Everybody's telling, right? Let's look at what the news was reporting, because in the courtroom today, Pooh Shiesty and his father, his father got bail, but they got sort of some kind of good news.
To a new development tonight in the arrest of Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty. He and 8 others are charged with kidnapping rapper Gucci Mane. Shiesty's father, Lontrell Williams Sr., and another Memphis rapper known as Big 30 appeared in federal court today. Action News 5's Caitlin Miller was in the courtroom in downtown Memphis. So Caitlin, fill us in. What happened today?
Yeah, Joyce. So they're actually still in there. But what I can tell you is that a special agent from the FBI, Marcellus Hobbs, from the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, took the stand. And defense attorneys for Lontrell Williams Sr., Pooh Shiesty's father, and Rodney Wright Jr., also known as rapper Big 30, asked Hobbs a key question. Is there any hard evidence, like video surveillance, showing either man possessing a gun or threatening anyone? And Hobbs said no. He also testified that no concrete evidence was found in Wright's car or Williams' homes when they were arrested.
Teens investigative reporter Kayla Solomon joins us live from federal court downtown.
Great.
Kayla, that hearing in fact just wrapped up.
Darcy, is actually still going on, heading into hour 4 at this point. But we were able to get a bond assigned for Lontrell Williams Sr., the father of Pooh Shiesty. The judge ultimately decided she's going to assign him a home incarceration, which she says is the strictest bond she can assign outside of giving him or granting him into federal custody. She said the only time he is allowed to leave his home is to attend his court dates in Dallas, where this case will ultimately be tried. And she said he'll be under electronic monitoring while this all plays out. Now, today was supposed to be a detention hearing for 4 of the 5 defendants who are being held in federal custody in Memphis. They're listed as co-conspirators in an alleged kidnapping and robbery that happened in Dallas back in January. Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty, his dad, and other men are accused of kidnapping and robbing rapper Gucci Mane and others in a recording studio. In court today, federal prosecutors called up an FBI agent who was part of the Violent Crimes Division in Dallas. He walked through the accusations in the indictment and answered questions from defense attorneys. The judge ruled there is enough probable cause to move forward with the case. So again, at this point, it's unclear how late we'll go into tonight, but we do know that Lontrell Williams Sr., father of Pooh Shiesty, has been assigned home incarceration and cannot leave his home unless he's attending a court hearing in Dallas. We also know that 5th man, Corday Johnson, his detention hearing will be held next week on Tuesday. He was just assigned a public defender today. Darcy?
That is Fox.
So the dad gets bail, but they're saying now that there's no surveillance video showing the incident actually happening or showing these guys with firearms. Now, I don't know if that police officer is going to tell. I don't know if now we know that they said Gucci gave up a statement, right? It's in the paperwork. He gave up a statement, but there's no video surveillance of it. But they got video of these young idiots, right, telling on themselves, displaying, brandishing the watches and the jewelry and the sneakers and all this kind of stuff, right? And Gucci Band's security was an off-duty police officer, right? But they're saying they gave the dad bail, and they're saying that they don't have any video. Now, there's a lot of disgruntled ex-artists that was on 1017, and they're going online and they're saying this.
Okay, here we are. Yeah, I'd be mad too if I'm gonna let me out my contract. I'm in a situation right now where I want to hit a Pooh Shiesty on. Y'all painting a picture out to make it seem like everybody just like it's a curse with Gucci. There ain't no curse with Gucci. Everybody chose their own fate when it came to 1017. And I'm speaking for everybody because I don't have nobody here to speak for themselves. And 2 of my goddamn label mates is gone. Chant gone. Scar gone. I don't even know Road Boy yet. Y'all got so many opinions, but y'all don't even know that Fujiano and Pooh Shiesty and Scar was beefing with Gucci the entire time. It was the back and forth of who leaving the label and who want to stay and come back and give me your chain or no, you can have your chain. Like it was a lot of that on. Why? It ain't even about reading your contract. It's not about none of it. It's not about none. At the end of the day, everybody wanted respect. That's why Channing left. She didn't like what was going on. There was really no team with 1017 to where we had people that was really there, that was guiding us. It was just like all the calls was coming from everybody that they was putting in charge. And a lot of people that was in charge shouldn't have been in charge over there at Atlantic. And that's the real issue.
Congratulations on the engagement. Thank you. So you made history on being the first female artist signing with Gucci. Recently, Keisha came out on The Breakfast Club talking about his schizophrenic episodes and how that affected the label and the artists. Did Gucci show signs of this while you were at the label? And is this the reason why you wanted out?
Yeah. We didn't know what was wrong with him. Something was definitely wrong. And I had to go. So I asked to be released. I'm like, it's just something's not right. It just didn't give CEO, it didn't give boss. It didn't give none of that. It just gave, we on our own. He signed us and it was just on our own. So I was just like, yeah, this is not what I want to be a part of. So I left.
Okay, thank you.
Well, this industry is just like the streets, man. You have so many people signed to these labels, man, getting unalived. Their publishing's been taken away. There's all kinds of foolishness going on.
Yes.
A lot of these young artists is coming from the street and they're signing with these labels, but they don't understand the business part of it, right? And these W's, they find a few good black people to go take advantage of their own people. So now what happens is a lot of these young guys, they don't understand business, so they only recourse is to go to street activity, right? So you think that you was going to take some weapons and force him into signing a contract and sign you out of the contract. That was your only way of doing it. Right? Once you start signing contracts with the corporations, you got to do business, bro. All that street gangster stuff go out the door.
Right.
So now you got to go do this, and you got to hope that they don't tell on you. Because if they do, you got like 6 counts of armed robbery and a kidnapping charge. That's a life sentence, man.
Yeah.
While you was already on home confinement. And then you got people running their mouth all online, just telling everything. They telling stuff. They bringing up stuff that ain't had nothing to do with the case. That's not in nobody's courtroom. You got Gover Hernandez and having a conversation with academics talking about street stuff like this.
Stupid.
How did you know everything you told me is in the paperwork, bro?
Say, man, I asked the nigga, you knew Gotti truck got shot up 50 times before anybody knew. Nigga, didn't nobody know Gotti Rolls Royce Bentley truck got. That nigga was the first nigga don't know to say it.
Wait, Gotti's truck got shot up? When?
You didn't know that? You didn't know that?
No, you keep bringing new information to the limelight. You don't know.
Real Memphis nigga.
Yeah. Gotti Rolls truck got shot right before Dolph got killed. Like he ain't never reported. He got shot. He had to run flats on it, and Dolph had sent a little crew through. They caught him at the bank on Winchester. And they hit it up like. Yeah, they hit it. But he was bulletproof though. He was bulletproof.
He had a bulletproof Rolls Royce?
Yeah, the Rolls Royce truck.
Oh my God.
It was bulletproof. Yeah, they pulled up on. They let off about 40, 50. I put the song on my page when Gotti talked about it.
Wait, he was in the vehicle?
Yeah, he was in it. He was
Look,
in it.
he asking all the questions. This motherfucker just giving it up.
It's in our discovery. I got it in black and white.
It's in our discovery. I just put it on paper.
So
Oh
right
my
before
God.
Dolph died,
Discovery.
Gotti's Rolls Royce gets shot up.
Rolls Royce truck get shot up on Winchester in Memphis, Tennessee. He was in town for an event for his family.
So give me the light. Give me the light at 30. Okay. And then if you see me go like I'm going to 60, hit me back at
Nah, that's crazy.
45.
Hey, how did you know that they had somebody like ready to get executed?
How did I know that? What now?
Because they kind of describe what you said, like they had somebody like that was about to execute him in that studio.
No.
Talking about what I told you?
Yeah, it's in the paperwork.
I told you I know a couple people that's indicted on the case.
And I ain't gonna lie, they said they took his earrings too.
Hey, if I tell you a duck can pull a truck and hook them, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I'm gonna give you. Come on, your channel one of these. I'm gonna give you the real. I ain't gonna give you no bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you a lie.
How the heck you know all that?
Hey, I'm tapped in, bro. Like I ain't involved in all of this shit by coincidence. Like, I'm knee deep in the streets. Don't nothing past me.
See, we're in an era now where everybody just do talking. You know where I come from, man, right here in Philadelphia, man. When somebody asks you certain questions about some street stuff, man, you say next comment, or you just get up and walk away.
Exactly.
I mean, anything could be considered snitching here. Now, when I was growing up, man, rats here get unalived immediately.
Right.
Everybody that's doing know about Philadelphia. Out of towners can't come here. New Yorkers go everywhere. Don't come to Philadelphia. Nobody comes.
Like it's something to be proud of.
Right? We fight dudes that come around the corner to across the street. So, when I was growing up. So when you get online and you just start running your mouth and talking, man, just saying that, just going on there and naming who you affiliated with was considered ratting.
Right.
You talking too much.
Talking about
this internet stuff is crazy to me, right? They just online talking about the fans is just sitting there like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we gotta come out and investigate. We just sit here and put everything in the computer. They talk and record everything. Yeah, hey, that's the guy go away. Ain't that's the guy that just beat the homicide? Oh, he's doing a lot of talking. That's what he wasn't finished talking.
So Chopper Gang is there like gang?
Yeah, that's they clique. Yeah, Chopper Gang, that's they clique.
Who they be doing?
EBK, the little from North Memphis, Moose Slime, them, and then 30 be having this little situation. So Pooh gonna ride with 30 on whatever. They was beefing. 30 was beefing with Stupid Duke, and Lil Kenny. You know what I'm saying? That signed it's your boy named QC or whatever, Lil Kenny from Memphis that just made the song Dissanooski.
Hey, I didn't know how accurate that FDO song was. In the song, he says, KD patient, he might catch him next day or tomorrow. And KD was at the robbery.
Yeah, KD. Yeah. That's his little man. Yeah. He in the video. He's saying, KD patient, he might catch you next day or tomorrow. Yeah, he was there. Yeah. It's crazy, man.
In the complaint, it says that we got to complain if you didn't know. In the complaint, it says that at one point there's another guy. His name is Glizzy something. I could probably chat. What was his name again? We got it here. Apparently he got the gun out, and when he got the gun out,
he done pulled up the Discovery.
He was about to they moving too much.
That's you, right?
And Shiesty had to say.
Well, fucking, who's this guy?
Yeah, my nigga be trying. Hey, my nigga be trying to get a promotion, man.
Oh man, they said. Oh,
he's trying to get promoted.
They said BP identified Glizzy 375 as a young black male with a low fade haircut who wore all black.
They said who identified him?
BP.
Who was BP?
I guess that's Gucci's man.
No.
Oh, they said BP. They didn't say BP.
Is
BP.
Academic.
Oh, okay. His name BP. But
I think they're just going by initials though. Hey, and by the way, did you they actually even say they said RD, which is Roderick Davis. They said he identified a couple.
I'm not saying that. I seen that. I seen that. You know, and I was kind of.
You think the feds lying on Gucci? Everybody know Gucci like he's thorough.
Not gonna do that. Now the feds not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna put your life in danger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna say the truth. They're not gonna do that. And this is on black and white. Do you know how much trouble that man motherfuckers could get in for doing that and it wasn't actually said or happened? No, Gucci did that. If that's in black and white, I ain't had a chance to see it. I've been having people reach out to me and say it, and now I hear you say it, so I know it's an actual fact. But damn, I had gave him the benefit of the doubt, man. I said it was gonna be all the police officers, but no, all them ATL. You see her act?
Is that
yeah,
what?
act, you hear? Yeah. I said, man, you know, it's just disappointing. All them ATL niggas,
Right,
rats,
you
man.
know the police can lie.
You know, T.I., Gucci, who else? Who else? Young Thug. One more of them. Woody. Yeah. I mean, it's just a trend.
And the only two right now we can vouch for is Savage and Future.
And listen, young people, I'm telling you, stay off. They got cameras everywhere already telling on you, and you got everybody telling. We in the days now where everybody tells. So if you want to go around and be hurting other black people, right, doing harm to your community, destroying your community, go right on ahead because they're gonna tell on you anyway. You're getting told on, right? Especially if it goes viral. Oh, it's a wrap. And if you're somebody known,
oh my God,
YouTubers will do all kinds of things. But then, listen, it's funny how y'all got mad at 500 years back for telling when he was 13 years old. But you got this Govan Hernandez, you got all these internet people. They all want to hear solving cases, speaking on stuff, but then claiming to be street. Claiming to be street dudes. Like I'm confused.
What kind of
right? If you're a civilian, you're a civilian. So most civilians ain't even speaking on this. They out the way, minding their business, right? This stuff is funny, man. And I'm doing this because, like I said, for the young people that want to be real, that want to jump in the club and be a real N-word, I'm trying to, man, listen, come over here and be an urban nerd, man. Don't be a real N-word. Come over here and be an urban nerd, bro. Because that's the wrong business, man. That's the wrong business to go into. That's the wrong business to go. I mean, this dude, Govan Hernandez, is on there talking about who beefing with who and just naming cliques and gangs and just doing everything, man. Like, he's signaling for the feds. Hey, man, listen, I know y'all still on me for that dog thing. Hey, I'll throw y'all some bones. He just online just saying everything, man. So the urban criminal is obsolete. They gentrifying the communities. They don't need you no more. The crack era is dead. It's over with. Right, so that lifestyle that you guys are still glorifying, that bang bang everywhere gang, it is over. They don't need you. They bringing in machines and robots, man. Right, we going into a whole new paradigm. So y'all still stuck in the old world, man. They gonna put you away forever, man. Only thing I can do is give you a word, man. He who got an ear to hear and let him listen. If you don't, man, that's on you, man. So if y'all made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Video TV, leave your comments in the comment section. If you made it this far, everybody leave your comments in the comment section and hit that hype button, man, so this stuff will go out to the algorithm.
Yeah, and do the same for Frontline Black. All right, so you know Tariq had to chime in on this. Let's see what Tariq had to say.
Darling, radio. let everybody know that we are indeed live. All right. Still out here in the beautiful Houston, Texas. Absolutely love it out here. I've just been having a ball. Only have a couple of more days out here, but I've been having a great time out here. Shout out to Houston, man. Lovely city. Houston is a vibe. Beautiful Black folks out here. It is a vibe. Delicious food. Everything is great. The air is clean. Y'all notice, man, the air is very... Y'all don't hear me all huffing and wheezing like I do back home in L.A. Man, I can breathe out here. The air is all good and fresh. Y'all notice when I'm doing my late night broadcast back in LA, I'm wheezing and stuffed up. The air out there in LA is horrible. Yeah. But out here, man, it's a beautiful vibe. The air is clean. It's a vibe. Man, yeah, the LA is, man, that air is so poison out there, man. Man, that air tears you up in LA, man.
I haven't been home in a minute.
Hold up, I'm talking, come on. Don't get out there and start dissing Cali. What's up, Panama? What's up, Panama? I'm just talking health-wise. I got to keep it real.
Right.
Hell, even Michael Jackson, that's why he moved all the way out there to Neverland. He hated the air in L.A. That's what Michael's like, the air is horrible. He said he wanted to be close to L.A., but he wanted to get the hell out of L.A. County with all this smog out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that air quality is janky back home in LA. We got some janky ass air quality. And it keeps you just congested and sickly. Yeah, man. Man. But yeah, I've been out here. I ain't had no respiratory issues at all. I've been good. Yeah, you stay coughing. Yeah, y'all hear me when I'm doing my broadcast back home? When it gets late at night, I can barely damn breathe. You know? Yeah, so Houston got sea air. Yeah, we out here by the water, right here by the ocean. Well, LA is by the ocean too, yeah, but you know, you're far away from it, even though you're kind of near it. But out here, that you get that ocean breeze. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. So the air is very good out here. The air is very, very good out here. Yes, the LA smog. Yeah, we're infamous for smog. Yeah, that air quality in LA is smoggy. It's very, very smoggy, man. TV Now, you say you listen to me, but you don't always agree with me. What do you disagree with, sir? Mr. TV Now? Hop on, sir. Now, what do you disagree with, sir? You say you disagree with some things. Mr. TV, what do you disagree with, sir? And you
Well, I enjoy talking to you. The part I disagree with is sometimes I think you're a little too rough on the edges of attacking some of our Black immigrant brothers. I think that all of them are not bad. You know, the tellers I agree with, but you got some people in the country, in Africa, don't agree with the tellers, and they tried to make their country great. You like the Ibrahim, the one in Ibrahim Toure, he's doing a good job and he's pushing it and he's saying he's Black. But I think those are the kind of ones, the immigrants that are in Africa are doing something, not the ones that come from Africa to America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't denigrate all African people. I'm actually cool with a lot of African people. Now, the ones who come over with the bullshit, they're going to get roasted. Oh, yeah.
I want to compliment you on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
First show that you put on, what that one, the one you show, the one you're trying to sell now, but it was the very first one you did.
Hidden Colors, right?
Man, that thing is so good. Hidden Colors. Let me tell you something. I have a TV network called TV Now. And the thing about that, I use that to educate some young people. Yeah. And do you know that had encouraged a lot of young people when we had a summer enrichment program? I just played that tape. And do you know that a lot of those kids did not know the things that you put up there? And I've been trying my best to purchase. I really want to purchase or get permission. I tried to write for you to purchase the very first one because I want to put it on my network. And the very first one, the old one, because I think that is really good. I think you've done an excellent job. I think you have that FBA movement that you helped initiate it. I think it has really encouraged Black Americans all over the United States. So I have to give the kudos to you, and I think you have done an excellent job.
I appreciate that. Now, where's your family from?
I'm from Georgia. You can tell I'm Georgia. I'm Augusta, Georgia.
Oh, cool. Now, are you married or have you been married?
Man, I've been married for 30 years.
Where's your wife from?
She's from Augusta.
Oh, okay. I love that. That's a beautiful
I was born
thing.
in Washington, D.C. because my dad was military.
Oh, cool. My brother, man. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. My brother, did he say he's going to give me kudos? What is it? He's going to give kudos. All right? He's going to give kudos. That's all right. Now, before I get busy, I got to shout out everybody because I didn't shout my people out. I got to do that. I got to do a little shout out. Sister Brooke, Letethernada, Ebony Dean, Juice, Ty Powell. Who else I need to shout out? Who's throwing the gifts up? Afro POV. I got to do it. I didn't do the shout out. Sir Mike, Seki. All right, y'all throw it up. Sir Mike again, Ty Powell again, Sheba Kita, respect. American Friedman, our brother Arthur, Mr. Hot Sauce, Cloudness, respect. B1 Business, Human. All right, now I feel a little better. I don't feel right if I don't give shout outs. That when I shout the people out, man, that's like almost giving libations. You're activating the energy of some of the people in the room. So that gives the room a protective energy when you acknowledge some of the family in here who's showing respect. You give them the proper respect, and that makes the energy of the room good. That's very important to give the right acknowledgments. Yeah. Just acknowledge some of the family who's coming up showing respect. That it really protects the room. You know, it protects the room. Oh man, a lot of stuff we're gonna talk. Oh, we got a lot of people in here already. I love that. Got a lot of people in here already. Kudos to y'all. Just like the brother on the phone said, kudos. I got to give you all your kudos. All right. Give you your kudos. Indigenous royalty. You say, who's not protected? Okay. Indigenous royalty. Hop on. Now, who's not protected? Who's not protected?
You not protected, nigga. You cursed, nigga. You done fucked up. You an agent, nigga. You out here trying to get rid.
Okay, slow down and stop with the trolling, sir. And watch your mouth. Yeah, and don't sound gangster. All right. Your voice is very thin.
It did sound like he was.
All right. Now, why are you upset? Why are you bussy hurt? Are you a tether, sir? This is why you're trying to do the indigenous thing. Hop on and watch your language. Don't do all that. And stop trying to sound gangster. No, you need more people. We don't believe you. So what are you projecting about? You're not going to troll. All right. Unmute your mic, sir. Unmute your mic, little sassy thing. Okay. All right, he got off. Yeah, you're not just going to hop up trolling. That's what ops do. You know, the feds like to send their little sock puppet ops to come in here and just say all types of crazy crash out stuff. You're not going to do that, sir. We don't believe you. All right. We don't believe you. You're a little old sassy thing. All right. Yeah, the DNC and the feds, which is damn near one and the same. The DNC and the feds work hand in damn hand. Yeah, that don't work over here, sir. All you DNC feds. And we're seeing a lot of them, by the way. Speaking of feds, have y'all seen what went down with Pooh Shiesty and his people, the rapper Pooh Shiesty? Boy, he got hit with federal charges. They arrested him and his crew, his dad. Oh, let's talk about some street business for a minute. We got to talk about this. We're gonna have to let me talk to the YNs. Y'all better understand how the streets work these days, man. Oh, goodness. Listen, okay, so this is the deal. For those who don't know, rapper Pooh Shiesty, he just got out of jail And they let him out early. He was already in jail. They let him out early, and then he went and ran down on Gucci Mane. So what happened was, allegedly in January, like a couple of months ago, Pooh Shiesty set up a meeting in Dallas at a recording studio out here in Texas. Pooh Shiesty was assigned to Gucci Mane. It was supposed to be about some contract discussion. So allegedly, Pooh Shiesty showed up, about 9 people, and they did this armed takeover. They kidnapped Gucci Mane. They pulled out an AK, allegedly. They were holding people at gunpoint. That's where the kidnapping charges come in. They allegedly made Gucci Mane. They forced him to sign paperwork releasing the contract. They were allegedly robbing him of his jewelry and luxury items. They said one victim was choked nearly unconscious. Let me tell you why the feds swooped down so heavy. From what I'm seeing, one of the victims was white. It was some white dude up in there. I don't know who he was. Yeah, he tried to pull one of the more Death Row Records moves. And from what I've seen, one of the victims was white, some white dude. It was the engineer, it looked like they roughed up the engineer, who was a white boy. Damn. So yeah, right there, you crossed the line on that one in the eyes of the dominant society. And that's what they really, really putting them charges on them for. All right, because they know they got him. So basically, yeah, they said there's a lot of rumors. They said they took Gucci's wedding band. They said they unscrewed his earrings and took his diamond earrings. And then, from what I understand, Shiesty and some of his folks was flexing the jewelry online. They did that whole move. They hopped online and started flexing the jewelry. All right. So the charges now is federal charges: kidnapping, armed robbery, conspiracy. It sounds like they're about to put together a RICO. You get 9 niggas and y'all go hit a lick like this and then start showing all the jewelry off online. Boy, they're doing a Birdman hand rub, boy, at the prosecution's office. And this could carry a life sentence. All right? Okay, listen. Yeah, this could carry, and plus, Pooh Shiesty was already basically on probation. So, dude, then he had his dad with him. Really? The dad? That was dumb. Okay, listen, let me talk to the fam. Let me talk to my young people right now. Let me talk to my young cats out here in the streets or whatever. Listen. You know, running down in the studio, forcing people to sign release contracts. That's them trying to emulate Death Row Records. That's that Death Row shit. Listen, this ain't the Death Row Records era no more. All right? This ain't the Death Row Records. Y'all can't do that type of shit no more, man. Now, I seen Gucci. Gucci's made a video saying he ain't cooperating with the police or whatever. I don't know. But listen, this is not the Death Row era no more. Y'all cannot pull that type of stuff. I know these infamous stories about Death Row Records and what was happening in LA in the 90s. I was around all of that. Back in those days, LA was infamous for cats running up in studios, running up in record labels. They were hanging people out of windows, pistol whipping cats. They were doing all types of shit in LA in the early 90s. But see, here's the thing. That move, those kind of moves is reckless and it's outdated. It's outdated right now. See, the thing is with Death Row Records, they could do that stuff and only for so long. Now, you know, everything is crumbled basically. But the reason why they had the run that they had, even though they had all of the alleged violence and all that stuff, the music industry at that time in the early 90s, it was more insulated. the street politics stayed off camera more often, even though some of it got caught, and the information moved a little slower. See, back then, there was no Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff. Everybody wasn't a damn blogger at the time. You see? It was a different vibe right back then. Whole different vibe. There was no social media. So yeah, cats, there was no place to flex a necklace or some shit that you got. And folks, they knew how to keep their mouth shut. If you did whatever, you just kept your mouth shut and you just heard rumors for a long time. Also, with Death Row Records and those guys, what they did, they were smart enough to cover their tracks. They hired off-duty cops. Just like how the mafia would do. You had cops on the payroll. So that's how you got out of a lot of stuff. That was your cover. You had some off-duty cops with you. Yeah, they had LAPD off-duty with them. Yeah, they had Pyru cops. So that whole Rampart scandal and Death Row was all tied in with that stuff. Yeah. So that kind of operation, that gave kind of an informal protection and intimidation factor that a lot of rappers today, they just don't have. It's just like 9 niggas running up in somewhere. No. Yeah, they had David Kenner. They had mafia lawyers. Yeah, if y'all gonna hit licks like that, you better have your damn cop set up. You better have a cop on the payroll and a damn a RICO lawyer ready to argue your case. Y'all ain't got that? Man. Well, no, Suge went to jail when he didn't have the money for all of that stuff. When he started going in, trying to hit the licks himself, then that's when things, allegedly, that's when things kind of went downhill. But, we're in the social media age. Social media turns every crime into a self-snitching operation. You see, even the feds, even with this Pooh Shiesty case, they said basically they use social media posts along with all types of surveillance and electronic monitoring, stuff like that. All of that is their evidence. Yeah, these dudes get online. And also there's cameras everywhere now. In the 90s, you didn't have all that. There were fewer cameras. You didn't have any digital records of stuff, no automated logs, none of that stuff. Now today in every studio, every parking lot, every hallway, condo, gas station, there's cameras everywhere. You can't do nothing. And they said that in this Pooh Shiesty case, the surveillance footage, that was part of what helped build their case. So that whole, you do something and it's going to stay in the room, that ain't happening. And your phones are witnesses at this point. The prosecutors, they say they use electronic monitoring data and all that stuff. Man, your phone monitors your location history. It monitors all the text. It monitors the rideshare logs. Basically, they tap into your phone. They're going to get everything, all of your moves, all of your motives. So yeah, your devices are going to snitch on you. You can't hit licks like that no more. The way you just, you're going to do that. You get somebody to do it for you. And I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying from a logistics standpoint, you shouldn't do it at all. But if you're going to do that in strong arm contracts, you got to get somebody to do that for you. But don't do it. Let me just be very clear on that. Because right now, listen, federal prosecutors, they love high-profile cases, boy. This ain't about just one rapper making a bad decision. Big-name defendants attract law enforcement, and because these cases are visible, they're politically marketable. They're career-building. So now these prosecutors, they get out here, they get camera time, they get bragging rights. You can make these people's career. They're going to start new careers off of you hitting these licks. They want those headlines. That's a nice feather in their cap. They got a RICO charge on a big name rapper. Come on now. And especially a second chance rapper, you already got a first chance and then you got a second chance and you blew it. So yeah, they really gonna have a good time with your ass. Yeah, you doing crimes with the damn, you already got an ankle monitor on. Man. Oh, man. Dude, you just got out. You literally just got out. That makes this thing more reckless than ever. You know, he was on home confinement, and then you're going to pull this. So you were already somebody the system had reason to watch closely. Damn, this wasn't worth crashing out over. You crashed out for nothing. And you brought all those cats with you. Now it's organized. Now that's RICO territory. You got a whole bunch of people, y'all colluded to do this crime. So now it's a planned conspiracy. It wasn't a spontaneous fight. Y'all sat here and cats came in from different states. And then y'all set up a fake business meeting. Then did a coordinated armed takeover, allegedly. Man, then allegedly forced somebody to sign a contract at gunpoint, and then valuables were stolen, and then you flexing this shit online. And when the government paints it as a premeditated business-related coercion, this is not just a rap beef going wrong. Now this is federal conspiracy time now. Damn. Man. Because listen, crime is down, especially in the Black. Crime is actually down in the Black community. So yeah, they need something. Some of these prosecutors, they need big cases. This is something that they need. They need folks to crash out and do some dumb shit. This ain't it. Man. And, all these streamers out here, because a lot of these folks are clicked in with these streamers, and these streamers be dry snitching. So this is not the era for all that rah-rah shit. Yeah, it sounded like dude wanted to go back in. What the hell was that about? Man. So hey, we'll see how this thing is going to play out, man. It is just unfortunate. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, man. And this is the streaming era where dudes do all this stuff and people do it for content, and you know that it'll get a lot of streams and views and probably more record sales, but it ain't worth it, man. These prosecutors are looking and listening, and they're waiting on you to slip up. And it's just not worth it. And you better believe cat's gonna be snitching, boy. It's so many damn snitches and informants out here now. Yeah, this clout chasing, you risking your life to clout chase, that ain't it. That ain't it whatsoever. You see, we saw what happened with Young Thug. They weren't really committing crimes, but they tried to RICO him. And he's on probation now. And then old Charleston White started instigating something with him. So I think Young Thug kind of checked him a little bit verbally, and then Charleston White started running around talking about he's about to call his PO because now he feels threatened. We got that type of shit now out here. The streets are different. You got the internet who has propped up weirdos who couldn't really operate on the streets back in the day. They really couldn't operate like that. They couldn't make it. So you got these people who are just crash outs. They are proud fuck niggas who would do anything for clout. Again, these are dudes who couldn't come outside back in the day, but the internet has gave fuck niggas a lane where you can just do goofy shit and be seen. That's really the objective of a lot of these dudes. And a lot of them are feds. These dudes are feds and ops. And proudly, back in the day, you would have to go to witness protection. Now, The feds and ops, they can get a lot of YouTube clicks now. People know they're feds and ops. They've admitted it. We've seen them. So it's a whole different vibe right now. It's a whole different vibe. Yeah. So we got to move a little different out here. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get the family in here. Raise your hand. It's your birthday, Zandria. Happy birthday, Zandria. Everybody say what's up. Happy birthday to Miss Zandria. Who's this person here? Let me see who we got. Okay, let's get Vix. Okay, who is this? We gotta come on now. Who are all these people? A lot of people in here. Who is this? Passport Red Pillar. All right, that's my guy. Is this Charles? Passport. Is this Charles?
Say my whole name, man, please. Don't say my last name.
Hello?
Yeah, this Charles, man. Don't.
Hey, Charles. I ain't gonna say.
my
I ain't
last
gonna say.
name.
I'm not gonna say your last name. What's up? How you been, man?
What's up, man? Hey, man, I'll be bragging about you sometime. I'll be like, man, I went to school with Tariq.
That's right. Yes, you did. Yes,
Yeah,
you did.
I'll be bragging about you sometime, dude. And some of these FBAs, some of these guys are misrepresenting you, man. They talking about this stuff that you're not even saying. So, just to let you know that.
Well, they're not representing me at all because I'm not a group. We're not a group. We're not a group whatsoever. So
Okay, yeah. Okay, well that's good then. Yeah, you're a good dude, man. When I first heard you, I'm like, that's Tariq saying that, and then I said, okay, now I understand. So it's all about you down for your people. So that's all good, brother. I'm proud of you.
Yes,
yeah, I'm
indeed.
proud of you, man.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Are you still in California?
Yeah, I'm in California. Well, right now I'm out of town, but yeah, I still live in California.
Good.
Yep.
Yes,
hey, you know what? You probably don't realize. Do you realize that you were one of the first ones on the internet doing your thing on the internet? Because I remember back in 90 something. Remember, we used to go to those. You had some kind of a TV show at a public TV thing or whatever.
Yeah, the public access. Yeah, we do the public access stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we used to go down there, and I remember you telling me something about some internet shit. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? I'm like, you were way up on technology before anybody else, bro. You don't realize that. I mean, you might realize that, but yeah, you were one of the first ones. You had fans before the internet, on the internet.
Yeah. I've been
I remember.
Yeah, I've been in the game for a minute.
I remember you were telling me like you got like 60 people. You had 60 followers on the internet before the damn internet.
Man.
A lot of people don't know that, man.
Yes, indeed. But we'll chop it up, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna holler at you when I get back to LA. All right. Let me see who we got. Yeah, I was around in the AOL days, in the AOL chats. I've been around for a minute. I have a young audience. Yeah, I've been around for a long time, man. I've been around for a long time. Yeah. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Yeah, dude. I've been around since the AOL chat rooms. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Black astronaut, Victor Glover. Shout out to Victor Glover, the brother who's the Black astronaut. They're circumnavigating the moon. Victor Glover, from what I've seen, his mother is Caribbean and his father is FBA from Mississippi. All right. Yes, his father is FBA. Victor Glover, his father is FBA. From what I've read, I think his mother is Caribbean. All right. So he's doing his thing. What did LeBron say? He's the pilot, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, what did LeBron say? I don't know what LeBron said. Yeah, that's what I said. I said his mom is Caribbean, yeah, but his dad is from Mississippi. Oh yeah, Black Planet. Yeah, I had a Black Planet page. Yeah, I had a Black Planet page. Absolutely. All right, let me get some of the family in here. Y'all raise them hands. All right. LeBron diss Memphis. What did LeBron say about Memphis? What's that? Yeah, them Africans talking about we got to get reparations for all of Africa. No. Hell no. We ain't doing that. Yeah, I took this picture today. I got me a haircut out here. I took this picture out here in Houston. All right. Man. He said he don't want to play for Memphis. Okay, I'll have to look it up. I have to look because I haven't heard it, so I got to look it up to see it and get all the context of it. All right, I got to see it to get all the context of it. Does Black Planet still exist? Black Planet, that was one of the first social media sites, one of the first modern social media sites, Black Planet. Yeah, Black Planet was one of the first social media sites as we know it. Oh, we got a bad hairline tether. He's in disbelief on how fresh my hair looks. Them tethers, they be thinking FBA hairlines are magical. Oh my God, how do y'all do it? That can't be real. Yeah, they think fresh hairlines on FBAs is magic. Man. Oh yeah, we used to lick. Yeah, Black Planet was the lick. How many of y'all remember the party lines from back in the day? Yeah, even before the internet, they had the party lines where everybody can call up on it cost an arm and a leg to get on them party lines. How many of y'all are old enough to remember the party lines from the 90s, especially in LA? Black Planet's still around, okay. Oh, before we had the internet, we had the party lines, man. Where everybody get on like a big phone call, you're basically online with a bunch of people, but you're on the phone with them. Yeah, that was the lick. Yeah, it's a group chat now, but yeah, those party lines, those 976 party lines back in the day. And in LA, they had one 976-7070. That was the one they used to promote on K-Day all the time. Oh man, we used to hook up. The women were very cooperative on that back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, out here in LA, then cats start gangbanging and shit in LA. We be on there trying to holler at girls, and then cats get on there gangbanging on each other. Fuck Compton, nigga. Nigga, fuck Long Beach, nigga. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Dude. We took it back, y'all. Y'all, if you've been around LA, you remember 976-7070. Those were the days. I'm from that era. I'm from that era. Man. Oh, man. All right, let me get some folks in here. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get them hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those hands up. Man. No, I'm not originally from Cali, but I've been out here, we're out there. I'm visiting Houston now, but I've been in California most of my life. So I'm Cali, shit. I'm Cali, I'm just like Ice-T. Ice-T wasn't born in LA, but Ice-T put LA on the map. But I'm Cali down though. Uncle Jam's Army, those are my guys. Muffler, those are my dudes. I've been around in the early formation of West Coast hip hop. I was around all of that. I was in the studios with those dudes. I was around all of that. World on Wheels, K-Day. I used to go up to K-Day. I knew Greg Mack, all of them. Yeah. I'm talking about the original K-Day. 1580 K-Day, not this FM shit. No. The AM, the OG K-Day. The Good Life Cafe. Yep. They used to have them rap contests down there. Man. Yeah, your wife used to have parties at World on Wheels. Yeah, that was the jam, man. World on Wheels was the spot. Yeah. Exhibit lives in my neighborhood now. Yeah, Exhibit lives in my neighborhood now. He has a dispensary like down the street. He has an Exhibit dispensary out there in Chatsworth. Shout out to Exhibit. Excuse me. So Micah, what's up? Let's get Micah in the building. Micah in the building. What's up, brother Micah?
What's up, Flex?
Hey man, how you doing, Micah?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to shout you out, man. I've been listening to you since COVID. And you taught me a lot of things.
Yes.
I had a quick question. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. Do you consider that like the South?
Yeah, that's the South. Yeah, Richmond, Virginia. That is the South. Yeah, they had slavery in Virginia. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed. That's the South.
I know you from Alabama, so I had to ask you.
Oh yeah.
You're a real Southerner.
Oh yeah, my family. Even though I was born in Detroit, but they sent me down to Alabama, which was good. They sent me down to Alabama. Say VA still not the real South. It's the South. That's still the South, though. Yeah, that's the South. That is the South.
Put some real work on you. Yeah. Put some real work on, yeah. Put some real work on you.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 Tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family, and happy Passover. I do want to make one announcement. I had a live scheduled at 5:45 that I'm pushing back until tomorrow because I got to get my Passover lamb ready so that I have it all cut up and ready for this evening. So I'm going to switch that one until 11:45 tomorrow, along with Israelites gathering. And it really goes over Passover of 2025. So how you understand Passover and that there's 2 Passovers, and they're going to discuss that. So anyway, let's get to it. Donald Trump recently went to Congress to get funding for the war. The war that he started without Congress approval. Yeah, that war. And he didn't get what he wanted. So not only the Democrats, but the Republicans also refused to fund Donald Trump's request for the U.S. military $200 billion for war funding. And the night that he did his speech about the war and just virtually lied through the entire thing, he was saying that cuts have to be made. The country can't pay for daycare. The country have to make cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. So he wants to cut health care and daycare to fund his war. I mean, it's amazing how you never want to cut anything that rich people benefit from. Why don't you not give any more tax cuts for 2026? Don't give any more tax cuts. For what? You need to fund your war, but see, you won't do that. You'll still give the tax cut. On top of that, you want funding for the war. So I'm not surprised at all. You know, Donald Trump don't deserve one dime. Maybe that's one way to shut him down, is not give him any funding for this war. If he wants funding, let him and his billionaire buddies raise the funding for the war. Maybe that's the way it should be. You know, hit them up.
I bet he did.
So let's get into it, ladies and
but
gentlemen.
after this video ends, I'm gonna shut it down because I don't see the queue or anything on the. I'm in the back studio, so I want to see that.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
My bad. Had music in the back. Yeah, he did pass out.
Thank you.
No, he did. He got the food bank in the morning. Well, it's already in the morning. The food bank is like a couple hours, so.
Donald Trump's war of choice in Iran enters its 4th week with no clear end in sight. The Pentagon plans to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion to help fund it. It is a jaw-dropping, shocking amount. Americans don't seem like they're buying it. New Reuters Ipsos poll shows that 59% of adults disapprove of the war, just 37% approve of it. In the same poll, 55% of Americans say they're feeling the financial impact of the war-induced spike in gas prices. And I mean, obviously, people are clearly feeling the financial pinch of the war. And now Republicans are also trying to shove $15 billion of farm aid into the Iran war package. And get this, some Republicans are also floating the idea of cutting Affordable Care Act subsidies to offset this war's price tag. Congressman Jamie Raskin's a Democrat in Maryland. He's a ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, and he joins me now. And Congressman, I got to say, I cannot think of a bigger political gift to the Democratic Party in a midterm year than for the Republicans to propose additional cuts to health care or social services or social spending to fund this war.
What you are about to hear in the next 60 seconds will completely change how you think about Donald Trump's presidency, his own party, and the biggest political betrayal happening right now in Washington. Stay with me, because this story is moving fast, and most people have no idea how deep this goes. We are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, a war that almost happened, and the moment Republican senators looked their own president in the eye and said, no, this is not a drill. This is not a Democrat attack. This is Republicans blocking Republicans, and the fallout is only just beginning. If you want the truth about what is really happening behind closed doors in the United States government right now, you are in the right place. Hit that like button right now and subscribe so you never miss a breaking update like this one, because this channel covers the stories that mainstream media buries before you even get a chance to hear them. Let us start from the very beginning, because to understand the magnitude of this betrayal, you have to understand what was being asked for and why. For months, the Trump administration had been building a case for military and financial pressure against Iran. Now, whether you support that position or not, the strategy was clear. Maximum pressure, heavy financial backing, and if necessary...
Appropriations bill.
Well, I mean, it's such a vivid demonstration of what their whole regime is about. But they're asking us for $220 billion, which doesn't even take us to the end of the year in Trump's war. They're going at the rate of between $1 and $2 billion a day. And there are 285 days left in the year. So, consider that a modest down payment on this war of choice, this regime change war, perhaps this fake regime change war, this war of aggression, which none of us ever voted on. And the Republicans in Congress have defeated every effort that we've made to try to demand a floor vote on the House floor. So, yes, you're right. I mean, this is a political Waterloo for Donald Trump. I mean, he said he was going to lower inflation on day one. Instead, people are paying 80 cents more a gallon for gasoline. He said there would be no more forever wars in the Middle East. He's given us that. He said he would drain the swamp, and he's created the most corrupt administration in American history and made himself more than $1.5 billion, which is thousands of times more than what all of the other presidents combined have made while they were in office. So, the whole thing is a political gift, as you say, to the Democrats, but it's too painful for the country. And we are so isolated in the world right now. It's terrifying.
I got to say, I don't think, I thought at first that the 200 billion was some sort of negotiating, there's this concept of negotiating called anchoring, right? Where you throw out a number so that you anchor expectations, then you can kind of undercut it. And then I got to say, I don't think, I thought at first that the 200 billion was some sort of negotiating, there's this concept of negotiating called anchoring, right? Where you throw out a number so that you anchor expectations, then you can kind of undercut it. And then people are like, oh, well, it's only 75 billion or whatever they come up with next. I don't know if they're doing that, but what does seem clear to me, and I want to play you some sound from two different Republicans, each in one of the two houses. I don't think they have the votes to pass the $200 billion appropriation bill right now. Take a listen.
I can assure you that we're not going to vote to give $200 billion or $2 billion or $200 until we have hearings on the money.
Well, at this point, so at this point, would you vote in favor of giving that $200 billion?
Not without hearings.
And then I want to play your colleague, Lauren Boebert, in the House, where there's only, they can only afford to lose, 3 votes right now? Here's what she had to say.
I will not vote for a war supplemental. No, I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere. I am tired of the industrial war complex getting all of our hard-earned tax dollars. I have folks in Colorado who can't afford to live. We need America First policies right now, and I'm not doing that.
Okay. I want to go through what Trump has actually said about this war, because the timeline of his own statements is one of the most remarkable self-contradictions I have seen from any president. He said the Iranian nuclear capability was obliterated last summer. He fired an intelligence official who offered a contrary assessment. Then 6 months later, he used the existence of Iran's nuclear program as the justification for starting this war. He said on a phone call with a journalist that he hit Iran because in 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon they would have used within a day or two. Multiple members of his own administration, including under oath testimony before Congress, have contradicted that claim. His own intelligence community's assessment is that Iran was not close to a nuclear weapon. He said the war would last 4 to 6 weeks. He said it was almost over. He said we already won. He said we are winding down. He said allies will help open the strait. He said we do not need allies. He said NATO is he said allies are cowards. All of these statements were made within days of each other. Now he wants $200 billion more for the war he already won.
What do you think of that?
Well, there are a lot of hardcore MAGA Republicans who are feeling extremely burned by Donald Trump at this point because they place such emphasis on not getting into these wars. I remember from the first term, Chris, talking to a Republican colleague who was with me on the Oversight Committee who was thinking about going to work for Donald Trump. I was urging him not to do it. I said that, he ruins everybody's career. He ruins everybody's reputation. He said, you liberals are too
begin this hour with the major developments in the Middle East as the war with Iran enters its 4th week. Overnight, Iranian state media says that the country's largest nuclear facility was hit in an airstrike, but there was no radiation leakage from the site. And just hours ago, Israel's defense minister said that his country will intensify its attacks on Iran starting tomorrow. The statement comes amid confusing messaging from the Trump administration about the war. Last night, Trump posted on Truth Social that the U.S. is, quote, very close to meeting our objectives and that he's considering winding down military efforts in the Middle East. But MS Now has confirmed that the administration has doubled the amount of U.S. troops deploying to the region. An additional 2,500 Marines and 3 warships are being sent from San Diego. Yesterday, President Trump told MS Now's Stephanie Ruhle that the U.S. could leave Iran right now and, quote, it would take them 10 years to rebuild, but I don't think that's an acceptable situation. If we stay longer, they'll never rebuild. But a longer war means higher costs. The Pentagon is already planning on asking Congress for a staggering $200 billion in additional funds for the war, even though last night Trump essentially declared victory.
I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
Joining us now, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, member of the Foreign Relations Committee and the Appropriations Committee. Senator Merkley, welcome to the weekend.
Oh, thanks so much. Good to be with you.
So, as I said in the intro, Trump says he's considering winding down the war with Iran. And we just heard him say that he thinks we won. But as I detailed in the intro, his actions don't show that. If we're winding down the war, why are 2,500 more troops going? Why are more destroyers going?
Why do they need $200 billion?
You're right.
No, the actions speak much louder than his words. The actions are additional military there. He has not secured the Straits of Hormuz. He still hasn't secured the 1,000 pounds and 60% uranium. He has proceeded to leave the reformers in a far worse position than they were before this war started. And so and there's no exit strategy. So I think you should put your chips on the fact that he is sending more people. And even though he says he's not going to put troops on the ground, I think it's very likely he will. Wow. And the troops on the ground, the concern there is that people will die. We have 13 service members who've lost their life in this war in some way, shape, or form. There's more than 100 casualties, which includes injuries. I want to read something from NBC. This is Pete Hegseth said that the families of service members told him, do not stop until the job is done. They spoke to one who said that never happened. This is Peter Nicholas. One of the people he met at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware was Charles Simmons. His 28-year-old son, Technical Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, was among the 6 crew members killed when their refueling plane crashed in Iraq last week. Simmons recalled his exchange differently. Quote, I can't speak for the other families. When he spoke to me, that was not something we talked about, he told NBC News in an interview Thursday. I want your reaction to that because there's a human cost to this war. And the usage of those private conversations, usually presidents don't tell us what those conversations are because they want to keep those private. What's your reaction to what we're hearing from Hegseth and what this father is saying? Well, I think Hegseth and Trump will manipulate any conversation they've held. They've misrepresented many conversations from the past, but this is so personal. You have just lost your son or your daughter. And there is a natural instinct to want that to mean something, but not everyone shares Trump's views or Hegseth's views. And if they're honestly expressing their concern to the president or the secretary of defense, they should never be misquoted, misused, mismanipulated. Listen, we have now 2,500 roughly civilians have died in this. We have seen the toll in the U.S. hit our service members. We have, as you mentioned, many who are injured. So many more. There will be so much more blood on the sands of Iran if we put troops on the ground. And
all Republicans being extremely critical, describing pallets of cash that were being sent over there as this travesty, political scandal. And, I'm not the numbers person at the table, but it appears that the money they may make here represents 10 times what Obama sent them back then.
Well, maybe if we send it in cryptocurrency, Donald Trump can say it's not the same thing as pallets of cash. I mean, look,
Trump coin.
The big counter argument to the JCPOA was that money could be used for things like the IRGC, the ballistic missile program, right? Military purposes, not to do with necessarily the nuclear program. Who's to say they're not going to use this money that we're giving them now to rebuild the stuff that we're destroying as we're destroying it? I don't see any kind of restrictions in place here on what they're going to be able to do here. So yeah, I mean, it's sort of an Alice in Wonderland scenario. We are literally financially benefiting the country we are looking to destroy militarily.
And to add to that really,
And Russia too. We're doing sanctions relief with the Russians. Yeah.
And to add to that really quickly, the Iranians never imagined using the Strait of Hormuz as a leveraging chip in the negotiations over the course of the last several years. They are now using it, and they know that going forward, even when this war is over, they will now have the ability to extract more concessions from the Americans because they have demonstrated they can, in fact, and they are willing to shut down the Strait of Hormuz with the U.S. not being able to do anything about it.
This is a complicated moment, and I want you to be prepared. I want us to all be prepared. Part of this is me talking through it, so I'm prepared. That Trump is going to do something crazy, and if it doesn't work, and it's already not working, he's going to pretend like he won and it was his plan all along. And you're seeing it with the military budget, because you're seeing Trump on the one hand say, we're in it for the long haul, and he's talking about potential ground troops, and he's talking about regime change, and he's talking about blowing up power plants. Yet on the other hand, he's saying, well, you know, I've basically already won this war, and we could probably wind it down. Now, you as normal people, intelligent people, regular people, people who aren't suffering from the kind of cognitive decline Donald has been suffering since he said man, woman, camera, TV, person, whatever he said, if not longer, you think to yourself, well, how the hell do you square that sentence? If he's already saying he's won, if he's already saying he achieved his objectives, why is he, one, not getting out of there ASAP? Because this war is unpopular and destructive, both to Iran and the United States economy. And then why is he not doing that, but also pledging to go further? And the reason is he's setting up scenarios. He wants this to go longer, but he needs, at least he thinks he needs, that $200 billion. But he's preparing for a growing sense that the money's not going to come, that there's too many voices in a narrowly divided Congress that are against it. And I think Trump fears that he won't get it, or he won't get all of it, or the money is going to take too long, or some kind of barrier, or the polling and the economy is going to get so much worse he'll be forced to leave. And he's setting up a scenario to make surrender look like he got everything he wanted all along. And he's going to try to sell that to you and sell it to a media that's far too often willing to sane wash what he says and then try to ride that to the polls and ride, oh, the war's over, the economy, because when the war ends, the stock market will spike, just even if it goes back to where it was. Do not let Trump claim victory. He lost this war the second he started it, and nothing will change that.
To spend a lot more money on this war. And just as we're talking, there's more evidence that there's some issues with the economy, which matters so much. And that is that mortgage rates just jumped to the highest level in more than 3 months.
Look, so much is now stacking up that it really, when you go back to the very first hours and days of the strikes on Iran, when the president, of course, he's been all over the board on this, I compared it to Venezuela. It makes it clear how different in every way this is, economically, historically, militarily. So this is something that is now a challenge that really are mounting for this White House, politically and militarily. So it's unclear. The president clearly does not want a long war. We've heard him talk about that forever. It's not his choice necessarily now. Asking for that $200 billion, I think, is the most a telling sign that this is going to be the soundtrack of the midterm election campaign. This is going to be front and center in everything politically. And militarily, the objectives are still a little bit unclear. I mean, the president said he's not going to send more troops in, but there are 5,000 Marines en route there now. So some experts are saying that they could be used to sort of reopen the Straits of Hormuz. That is also an incredibly fraught
matter.
Major John Spencer is the chair of war studies at the Madison Policy Forum. He also heads up the Urban Warfare Institute and joins me now. Thank you so much for taking the time. It really is good to have you on the program. So let's pick up with this question of whether we will see U.S. boots on the ground and what that actually constitutes, because there had been reporting that the president is looking to send the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, that's some 2,500 or so troops, to strip Iran of its ability to essentially hijack the global export market there for oil and natural gas. And in fact, General Frank McKenzie has suggested that Marines could seize Harg Island and use it as a bargaining chip. So not bombing the infrastructure, as the president said they wouldn't do, but sort of a continuation after they took out their military infrastructure on that island. Do you think that that is the right call? Do you think that that would actually set Iran back and stop its attacks on energy infrastructure?
Trump's military budget's in real danger here, in a way that, like, you almost never see any real criticism except from a few Democratic senators, and you can name them, like the most definitively left-wing ones. Your Bernie Sanders, your Liz Warrens, your Ed Markey's, your Merkelly's, a couple more. They're basically the only ones that'll say peep about the military at the Senate level. And most Democrats in the House won't either. Because, guys, when you think of bipartisanship in American politics, often what it means is tax cuts for rich people and billions for bombs. Trillions, really, if you add it up over the years, for bombs. And so the fact that Trump is, after already getting a pretty hefty military budget not that long ago, is now asking for another $200 billion, and there seems to be real resistance to it. That's an interesting thing, because a lot of people are saying, one, this is a stupid war. You didn't run on it. In fact, you ran on the idea that you would be the one to stop an Iran war launched by Kamala. You just asked for a massive military budget that was already quite a bit bigger than the previous military budget. So use that extra money, right? Use the extra money for this conflict. And this conflict was supposed to be done by now. You turned what was, even if people supported it, let's say it wasn't an illegal war crime, and it is, and it was, and it's still, it continues to be. But let's say it wasn't, and the legitimacy of the original bombings was there, and the UN supported it and everything. Trump actually did it by the books. That's one thing. But now you're turning it into a multi-week affair. It should have been done. If you did what you said you did and you took care of the nuclear capability, then you should be done. It should have been a weekend, and you'd be done. And the Strait of Hormuz would be open, and things would be back to normal. Relatively so, at least. But now you're preparing a full-on war, and I just don't know if Congress is there, Donald. I don't know.
Let's put Trump's $200 billion war request into perspective. For $200 billion, we could send $600 to every man, woman, and child in America. Remember the ACA tax credits that used to help 20 million Americans afford their health insurance? $200 billion could cover those again and again and again and again, 6 times over. It could provide free lunch to every kid in America with $170 billion left over. It could cover childcare for 14 million American children. Donald Trump says $200 billion is a small price to pay for the war. But that's pretty easy for him to say because he never pays it. It's not his healthcare getting cut. It's not his kids going hungry. It's not his budget getting stretched thin.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition is everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined.
Now, this dude right here turns my stomach. I can barely. I can barely get through anything he says. So anyway, y'all, $200 billion is a lot to me to be giving all of that to the military. You know, we got to also understand Congress and the Senate are flaky. Just because they say no today, tomorrow they'll turn around and backtrack and say yes, because we've seen them do that too. So you really can't take to heart what they're saying. Yeah, they may be saying no in the moment, and then give it another week or two, all of a sudden they'll agree to give Donald Trump the money. So all of politics in America is so badly corrupted. It doesn't serve anybody, really, other than the rich. If you're not rich, you really don't benefit from the politics in this country. It usually have the negative impact on the people that are not rich. You know, we're always dealing with the negative fallout. So, y'all, no matter how you look at this thing, it is a mess. And being that it won't be over anytime soon, I heard Donald Trump say this morning, oh, the end is in sight. Oh, really? Is it? Really? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They already told Donald Trump they are not allowing him to control everything. The war is over when Iran says it's over. If it don't come from Iran, then the world, you know, this war will continue. And they don't care what Donald Trump says. But yeah, so anytime Donald Trump says he's in talk with them, he's negotiating, he's lying. They already told Donald Trump they were not talking to him anymore, because in the past when they did, they always got bombed while talking to Donald Trump. So they made that very clear, and they have not changed their stance on that at all. So they mean exactly what they said. So, y'all, I just, all I can do is pray that he's not crazy enough to go with the ground troops, but this man is so dumb. It's no telling what idiot things he's going to do over these next couple of weeks, because, you know, they were showing some illustrations on how the Iranians can get them as soon as they step on the soil and take them out. And I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe it. And they're not lying when they said they've been preparing for this for the last 20 years. And they are fighting like they prepared quite well. The U.S., on the other hand, you would think, well, the leadership is poor. You can't do nothing if the leadership is poor, and it's extremely poor. Pete had said, and Donald Trump, you couldn't have two of the worst people in charge when a war is going on. So Donald Trump, you know, we don't know if a draft is coming, but I'm sure a lot of people are going to tell you to send Barron. I know that's coming up again. That's definitely going to be coming up again. Oh, yeah, you can tell. Our Heavenly Father is there, y'all. You can tell he is guiding Iran on dealing with not one, but two nations all at once. You know, they know that, you know, everything is working out on their side, and they got every advantage. A ground war, nobody knows the terrain better than Iranians do. American soldiers don't know the land, and it'll be easy for them to get caught up in certain areas and ambushed. So they got what they call the home court advantage in this whole thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it won't, but I can't put nothing past this nut, Donald Trump. And you can't put nothing past him. It may not make sense to us. He'll go sit in a meeting and all of a sudden it'll make sense to him to do this. I don't think it should happen at all. I don't think the war is going to serve any ground troops well. You're just going to end up with a whole bunch of bodies coming back, more bodies for Donald Trump to hide. Mm-hmm. So we shall see. I'll definitely keep an eye on everything. A lot of the stuff that I talk about, you will never see on mainstream news. They got to stay within status quo. Whatever they report on, they got to try to make it seem like it's in Donald Trump's favor. So it is useless listening to mainstream news. You're better off, if you want to know anything about the war, get it online, because mainstream news right now, it is the absolute worst. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Please enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I won't be back on because I have to get my Passover lamb, the finishing touches on that together, and get my bitter herbs and just get everything together that I need. So I am ready at sundown. So y'all have a wonderful afternoon, a wonderful Passover, a wonderful Shabbat. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Wizard. Okay, hopefully that'll end. I'm gonna get out of that. Let me just stop sharing real quick. All right. I'm gonna end it right here because Jesse obviously is sleeping. But he has to get the food bank in the morning. Or further in the morning, in a couple hours. So he probably fell asleep by accident. He's been up all day anyway. So he's very tired. So join us, or thank you for watching season 6, episode 20, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow for part 2, where cover the topics that we didn't get to tonight, because I don't know where the queue is to carry on, because it's I'm on his side of the computer in my house, but I don't see the queue, so I don't know where it's at. I'm just on his portion of the desktop. So join us tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you, Kurt, crew. Let's see. Let me just mention everybody stopped in here and visiting. Let's see. Dang, did I mess it up? Okay. One second. Luckily, I'm in the studio. Goddess Navi, thank you for coming through. Cal Dog, thank you for coming through. Let's see. Let me see. Twin, thank you as always. Let's see. Ray, of course. I'm trying to still while this is going on, I'm trying to still fix the camera. Michael, thank you for coming too. I think I got everybody. Okay, yeah. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry that he fell asleep. I can't find the queue, so I can't keep it going. Join us tomorrow for part 2. Same time in the evening, 10 p.m. I'll probably do an RVA sometime in the afternoon. I got a couple of things I got to take care of in the morning. So I'll probably go or further in the morning. I'll run a couple of little quick errands. Yeah, so probably see you a little further on in the afternoon for the RVA. Yeah, so stay black, stay dangerous. as always, have a good Easter. We celebrate that shit. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll probably do something. We're definitely gonna do a show, so we'll see you guys further in the evening. Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of your morning, Grand Rising, or good night, however you want to look at it. And talk to you soon. Thank you. Oh, Kari, too. Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Thanks for stopping by as well. Let's see. All right, everybody, stay black, stay dangerous, and talk to you guys. Let me make sure you got everything. No, he had his house. He had his house. He probably just fell asleep in his chair, so he'll wake up. I told him I was cutting it off after Lisa had like 4 hours and 57 minutes, so he'll know where to pick up at. So yeah, he'll cover the topics he didn't get to tonight. I just can't find the queue, so I don't know what he saved it under or where it's at. Because I'm all on this page right here. But either way, you'll see him later on. He'll be doing the food bank. So everybody stay black, stay dangerous. Talk to y'all soon. Have a good morning. And yeah. Peace.